Hello and welcome everyone to today's discussion of test 11 of the series. I'm going to start with the physics portion, then eventually Gaurav sir and Dipen sir will join for chemistry and maths. Let us start with the first question. What is asked here? Let us read. Two bars connected by a weightless spring of stiffness K rest on smooth horizontal plane as shown in figure. Okay. Bar 2 is shifted by a small distance x to the left. Okay. It is shifted by a small distance x to the left like this and then released. The velocity of center of mass of the system after bar 1 breaks off the wall is. Now you gave a compression x, then you released. What will happen? The elongation will come, okay? It will. This is a rigid boundary, only M2 can move, okay? Then M2 from here will come here. After it comes to its mean position, from there only you can say the separation of M2 will start with the wall, okay? So here when M2 moves away from the mean position, yeah, namaste, good evening Arpan. When M2 moves away towards the right, okay, then only M1 will separate from the wall. Okay, what will be that velocity here when it is just at the mean position? What is this? Initially spring was having potential energy. This spring potential energy only becomes the kinetic energy of M2. M1 is not moving yet. Only the kinetic energy of M2, half M2 V square. Okay, half got cancelled. From here I can say what is V? V is equals to K by M2 into x square root. So x, I'll write like this, root of this into x. This is my velocity of this V2. Okay. Now then M2 will you can say lose contact with the wall eventually. Okay, after that velocity of center of mass will change or not? No, velocity of center of mass will not change. Okay, there is only internal forces. After that velocity of center of mass will not change. So whatever is the velocity of the center of mass at that instant, okay, that will remain the same. So I'll say what is the VCM now? VCM is equals to M1 V1 plus M2 V2 divided by M1 plus M2. Like this. V1 is 0 at that instant. This is 0 at that instant. Okay, so it will become M2 into V2 is this, which is x root of K by M2 divided by M1 plus M2. This comes our velocity of center of mass. Once the separation from the wall happens, the velocity of center of mass will not change because only internal forces will be there in this whole system. That is the spring force. So what is that? This is M2 into K divided by M1 plus M2. First option is coming out to be our correct match. Let us move to the next question. String of negligible thickness is wrapped several times around this cylinder capped on a rough horizontal surface. A man standing on at a distance L. Okay, this distance is L. Standing at a distance L from the cylinder holds one end of the string and pulls the cylinder towards him. Okay, now it is pulling the cylinder like this. Okay, there is no slipping anywhere. No slipping means pure rolling. Okay, means pure rolling is there. When pure rolling happens, what is the velocity of the center? We say V is equals to this velocity of center of mass is equals to r omega. Okay, and what is this velocity? This is twice the velocity, 2r into omega. So if this velocity is v naught, we say this velocity will be twice of v naught. So the velocity of the top point will be always double the velocity of the center. That point is clear to us now. The length of the string passed through the hand of the man when the cylinder reaches the hands. Now this cylinder was initially here and then this cylinder reaches here. How much distance is travelled by the center of the cylinder? You will say from here to here this distance is L. But center is traveling distance L. The top point, which is always having twice the velocity, how much distance that will travel? 2L. In the same time, it will travel 2L distance. So the length of the string that will pass through the hand will be twice of L from that logic. So second option is coming out to be our correct match. Okay, this was a good logical question if you got it right. Please mention your score, how much marks you got in this test if any of you attempted. If you are there in the live and you attempted this discussion, please mention how much marks you got. The temperature coefficient of resistance of platinum is given to us, okay, at 20 degrees Celsius. Find the temperature at which the increase in resistance of platinum wire is 10% of the value at 20 degrees Celsius. So at 20 degrees Celsius some resistance is there. Okay, now what is happening? Find the temperature at which the increase in the resistance is 10%. What is our reference temperature? Reference temperature we take 0 degrees Celsius. Let us take at 0 degrees Celsius, resistance is R0. So at 20 degrees Celsius if I write, at 20 degrees Celsius if I write R is equals to R0 into 1 plus alpha delta T. Now at T degree Celsius if I write there is 10% increase, yeah, so this will become 1.1 R is equal to R0 into 1 plus alpha into the temperature T. Take the reference, hello. So take the reference at a 0 degree Celsius, okay, then we can write like this. Generally 0 degree Celsius has to be taken the reference always. Okay, now if somebody write the equation like 1.1 R is equals to taking 20 degree as reference, okay, so then he may say R into 1 plus alpha delta T from there, then this becomes wrong. A reference is taken at 0 degree Celsius by default. That is the default thing that we do. Now divide these two equations. R0 R, okay, then it will become 1.1 plus alpha T is equal to 1.1 plus 1.1 into 20 is 22 into alpha, and what I need T. If I take 1 on the other side, alpha T is equals to 0.1 plus 22 alpha. T comes out to be 0.1 by alpha plus 22. Now put the values. Here we have to do the calculations. 47.51 it is coming. Somebody is saying, okay. Let us see. Option B is coming. Yeah, let me do myself also. How much it is? This will become 0.1, okay, divided by 3.92, 10 to the power 3, it will go in the numerator, 100. Okay, 100 divided by 3.92, that is 25.51 plus 22, then yeah, and it is coming out to be 47.51. Yeah, so 47.51 comes out to be the correct answer. Yes, Vishwas Dubey, perfect. And Arpan, great, you got this point. Sir, how to complete class 11th physics chapters of JEE? So you cover them nicely. We have already uploaded the one shots. If you want to take help from the one shots there, you can take help from there, or if you want to take help from somewhere else, take somewhere else. You don't have that much time, so at least cover those topics which you have not covered very well, okay, or the portions of the particular chapters which are the backlogs, okay, so cover only those specific portions so that within the time frame you will be able to go through the entire 11th. Let us do question number 4. A wire POR is bent as shown in the figure. This was question number 3. Yeah, question 2. Okay, question number 4 now. Wire POR is bent as shown in the figure like this, placed in a region of uniform magnetic field B, which is towards the right. The length PQ and QR is equals to L. A current I ampere flows through the wire as shown. So the current is going like this. The magnitude of force on PQ and QRS. How we write the magnitude of force? I L cross P. L is our L effective. This is how we write for uniform, when B is our uniform field. Okay. Now for PQ, IL, what is B? B is in the direction, cross B you do 0. So on this, the force is coming out to be 0. Now on this, IL cross B, force is coming inside the plane, that is BIL. Okay, BIL. So this on this we are having this much force. So 0, comma BIL, yeah, PQ it is 0 and on RQ it is BIL. Love from 10, Tamil Nadu, okay, thank you. Sir, I have scored 100 marks in physics a January attempt. Tell me how to increase. You have scored 100 marks in physics, how you can increase that? If you are getting 100 marks in physics, what you want to get out of 100? 200? That's not possible. A physical quantity A is related like this. The percentage errors in the individual quantities are given to us. Now we need to find the percentage error in A. Relate? Okay. So we will write here delta A by A is equal to A to the power is 2. So 2 delta A by A. B to the power is 3. So 3 delta B by B. C to the power is 1 minus 1. Okay. So 1 into delta C by C plus 1 by 2 into delta D by D. I want relation in percentage, so both sides you can multiply with 100. Both sides multiply with 100. Okay. Now everything will be in the percentage. 2 into percentage error in A, that is 1%. So 2% plus 3 into percentage error in B, so 3 into 3, 9%, plus percentage error in C, 2%, plus half of the percentage error in D, which becomes 1% now. What it is now? 10 plus 4, 14%. Okay. So we got the answer as option 4. Clear? Next question. Yeah, simplest of the all questions. We are having VT curves. We need to see where the displacement is positive, where the displacement is negative. Okay. Now, here VT curve area is negative. We know area under VT curve is our displacement. Okay. Here it is negative. So I will say net displacement is negative. Q here. For second, it is area is positive. So I will say net displacement is positive. P here. For 3, you see this positive area is equal to negative area, net displacement is 0. Okay, particle returns to initial position. Yes, if displacement is 0, it will return to the original position. And for also I have to check for acceleration also. Acceleration is positive. Here if we see velocity is increasing with time, acceleration is positive. Here we will have S also. Here acceleration is positive, here we will have S, here acceleration is negative, here acceleration is negative, and here displacement is positive, P. Correct? So we are getting QS, PS, R, P. Options QS, PS, QS, PS, R, and P. Second option is coming out to be correct. Yeah. Next question. Hello, Vicky. The ratio of mean free path of molecules of two gases, if the ratio of number of molecules per unit volume of the gases is 5:3. The ratio of diameters of the molecules is 4:5. What is mean free path? 1 by lambda is equals to root 2 pi d square n. From KTG, mean free path was asked in January attempt. Okay, 2 questions. Total 3 questions were there from KTG, 2 questions were from mean free path. So mean free path formula is important. So 1 by lambda is equals to, mean free path is our lambda. So 1 by root 2 pi d square n. So mean free path is 1 by root 2 pi d square n. I need the ratio of the mean free path. Okay. What is given to us? The number of molecules per unit volume ratio is 5:3, means the ratio of the n. And the ratio of the diameter, that is our d, that is 4:5. So if I write lambda 1 by lambda 2 this will be equal to, it is inversely proportional to n, so I will say n2 by n1 whole square, n2 by n1, not whole square. Then it is inversely proportional to d square, so it will be d2 by d1 whole square. What is n2 by n1? 3 by 5. What is d2 by d1? 5 by 4 whole square it is. Okay, so this will become 3 into 5 there divided by 16. Yeah, so 15 is to 16 it is. 15 is to 16 is the second option. Two coherent light source of intensities intensity ratio n are employed, okay, in an interference. The ratio of the intensity of maxima and the minima is, the ratio of the intensities I1 by I2 is given to us as n. How we write Imax? Imax is root of I1 plus root of I2 whole square. This you know. Imin is root of I1 minus root of I2 whole square. Like this we write. Now if you take the ratio, now what you can do is I1 by I, you can write this in form of I1 by I2 like this. It will become like I1 by I2 plus 1 whole square divided by I1 by I2 minus 1 whole square. Like this also I can write the same formula. Now what is I1 by I2? That is n. So root of n plus 1 whole square divided by root of n minus 1 whole square. Root of n plus 1 divided by root of n minus 1 whole square. So option 4 comes out to be our correct option. Siddharth. Hello Siddharth. Hi. Hello. Yes sir, clear. Okay, JEE 2027 AIR 1. Oh, great. You have to be focused on your goal. Wish you all the best. So did you watch Durandar Revenge? No, actually. Yeah, option D is correct. Okay, Vishwas. Next question. The trajectory of a projectile near the surface of the earth is given like this. If it were launched at an angle theta, what is V naught? A similar question was asked in 2026 also. There also the equation of trajectory was given and something we had to write like that only. So I need theta and I need what is the initial speed. Now there are two ways. One easier way is, if you remember the equation of trajectory, you can write, okay, you can compare and solve. I know y is equals to x tan theta minus gx square divided by 2u square cos square theta. You know the equation of trajectory. Here this coefficient of x has to be this coefficient of x, isn't it? So I can say my tan theta is equals to 2. This I got. Okay, tan theta I got 2. This I got. Now I need u also. So this 9 should be equals to, 9 is the coefficient of x square. So this whole quantity has to be equal to 9. So 9 is equals to g I can take as 10, g divided by 2 u square into cos square theta. Tan theta is this. What is cos theta then? 1 by root 5, isn't it? Tan theta is this, cos theta 1 by root 5. Put it here, cos square, so that is 1 by 5. Okay, then 2 into 5, u square comes out to be 25 by 9, so u comes out to be 5 by 3. So my initial velocity is coming out to be 5 by 3. Okay, this is incorrect. This is incorrect. These two are correct. Now I need cos theta and sin theta. Cos theta I already know, that is 1 by root 5. 1 by root 5. And sin theta is, okay, so here sin theta is mentioned as 1 by root 5. This is also incorrect then. Only option 4 is correct. Yeah, option D here also. Again. Next, the elastic limit of an elevator cable is this. It means this is the maximum we can apply the stress there. This is what is mentioned to us. Okay, we don't want the cable to be deformed. We don't want the cable to be deformed, okay, of the elevator. So this we consider as the maximum possible tension that we can give to the cable. The maximum upward acceleration of the mass is, this much mass can have when supported by the cable whose cross section area is this, provided the stress in the cable could not exceed half the elastic limit. Means the maximum possible stress has to be half of this. Okay, so maximum stress is equals to half of the elastic limit, which is 2 into 10 to the power 9. So we are getting this as 10 to the power 9. This is the maximum possible stress. What will be the maximum possible tension then? Maximum possible stress into the area. What is area? Area of the cross section is 10 to the power minus 4. So we got 10 to the power 5 Newton. This is the maximum tension it can have. Now see, this is my elevator whose mass, let us take, is m. This is the tension. Downward mg is there. Okay, I need to find what I need to find the maximum acceleration. So when maximum acceleration will be there, my tension will also be maximum. So I will use the tension there. Okay, so what will be the T? T minus mg is equals to ma, we know here. So I need A. Okay, I can say A is equals to T by m minus g. I need maximum acceleration, so I will use the maximum possible tension. What is maximum possible tension? 10 to the power 5. So 10 to the power 5 divided by, what is the mass? 2 into 10 to the power 3. 2 into 10 to the power 3 minus g, which is 10. So what it will become? 100 divided by 2 is 50 minus 10 is 40. 40 is the maximum possible acceleration of the lift. Option 3 is answer, sir. Perfect. Yes. Oh, your concepts are good. A thin liquid film formed by U-shaped wire and a light slider, okay, the slight slider here, supports a weight of 3 into 10 to the power minus 2. This much is the weight. Okay, now weight is given. It's not the mass, means it is mg. It is my mg. Weight means this is my mg. The length of the slider is 30 centimeter. This length is given 30 centimeter. And its weight is negligible. The surface tension of the liquid film is. Now on this slider, downward force is force due to gravity, that is due to this weight. This is W. And okay, means this weight is there, so this weight is pulling it like this with the same force. Okay, that is my W. Upward force will be force due to surface tension. How much that force will be? Surface tension into the contact length. Now this is a film. It has two surfaces. Therefore, the contact length will be twice of that. So T into 2L, this is equals to W. I need surface tension, so this is W divided by 2L. Now put the values. W is 3 into 10 to the power minus 2 divided by 2 into the length. What is length? 30 centimeters, so 0.3. Now it is 0.3. Here it will become 10. So this is 5 into 10 to the power minus 2. And the unit will be Newton per meter. 5 into 10 to the power minus 2 means 0.05. Option 4. Yes, option 4 is the correct answer. Next question. The sphere made of iron is rotating about its diameter axis. Alpha iron is given. Okay. If the temperature rises by 100 degrees Celsius, the percentage increase in the moment of inertia is. This is the sphere rotating like this. If I ask you what is the moment of inertia, you remember the formula, you will say this is, sir, 2 by 5 mr square. Now when you heat it, what will happen? Radius will change. Yes, due to which moment of inertia will change. Now if I write the relation how the moment of inertia will change with the radius, delta I by I will be equal to 2 delta R by R. Mass will not change. Try to understand. Mass will not change. Mass is a constant. Only R will change. What is delta R? Delta R is equals to R. This is a linear dimension, na? So we'll use linear, means you can say the coefficient of linear expansion only. R alpha delta T. So basically delta R by R is alpha delta T. So this is 2 alpha delta T. I need percentage increment. So delta I by I into 100 Here also I'll say into 100. So what is this? 2 into, what is alpha? 10 to the power minus 5. What is T? 100 degrees Celsius is my delta T into 100 here. Sorry, into 100. So this is 10 to the power 5. So this comes out to be 0.2%. 0.2%, which is option 2. Sir, can I skip some method for fast solving? What happens is sometimes some students, what they happen is like they try to remember some tips and trick due to which they forgot the actual method. And if you forget the actual method, slight deviation in the question, you will not be able to solve the question. So tips and tricks are okay to learn, but don't forget the actual method how to solve that. Okay, I'm moving ahead. 2 is the answer, yes. A square loop of side L is placed at a distance d from a long straight wire. The magnetic flux through the square loop is, okay, it is made like a cube, but it's not a cube. Consider it like a square only. Okay, in the sheet it was square in your actual paper. So it is a square loop like this. I need total flux. Now I know flux is equals to B dot A, but what is the problem here is the field is changing. As you are moving away, the field is changing. So what you need to do? You need to integrate. You cannot just do B dot A because B is not constant. So you have to do integration. How you will do integration? At a distance x from here, take a thin strip. This is the thin strip of thickness dx. So the thickness of this strip is dx. The flux through this is d phi. D phi will be, what is the field there? Mu naught I divided by 2 pi into x. This is the field there into the area. Okay, field is perpendicular to it. Yes, it is perpendicular to it. Into area. Area will be my L into dx. L into dx. This became my flux through this strip. I need to integrate to find the total flux. Flux is equals to mu naught I L by 2 pi is constant ln x. Limit of x goes from x is equals to d to L plus d. So limit will go from d to L plus d, because I need to consider the entire loop. So this, it is starting from x is equals to d, it is going till x is equals to L plus d. Now if I put it here, so this will become mu naught I L by 2 pi into ln of d plus L divided by d. This is what we are getting here. Mu naught I L by 2 pi ln d plus L divided by d. Is there any other option similar? No? Okay. Option 1 comes out to be the correct match. Yes, option 1 is the answer. Yes. Which day top 40 question live of physics? For physics, we will have on Tuesday and then on Thursday. Okay, Wednesday we will have our this paper live, test 12 live, and then on Thursday, Tuesday and Thursday, 2 days we will have. After that also some sessions will come. So this Tuesday, 2 days I will be there. A nuclear fission reaction is given. Okay, A changes like this. Binding energy per nucleon of A, B, C are given to us. What is the value of Q? A is divided in B and C. Some energy is released. Okay, some energy will be released when they will be more stable. They are more stable, their binding energy will be greater. Okay, so the final binding energy total minus the initial binding energy total, that will be equal to my Q. So Q is equals to the total binding energy of my product minus the total minus my initial binding energy. Simple. What is the total? Here it is 100 nucleons, and this is binding energy per nucleon for A, B, C. For B, it is 8.1. So this is 8.1 into 100. This is the total binding energy for B, plus for C, 140 nucleons, it is 8.1 also. So 8.1 into 140 minus the initial binding energy. Here it is 240 and the binding energy is 7.6. So 7.6 into 240. Let me take help of calculator. What it is now? This is 8.1 into 240 minus, okay, anyways, 8.1 minus 7.6, simple it is. Now into it is 240. Okay, no need of calculation. So this comes out to be 120 mega electron volt. 120, yes. This is option 3. 8.1, okay, I can take a 8.1 common, 240 here. So 8.1 minus 7.6 is 0.5, 0.5 into 240 is 120. Directly also we can do, easy calculations. A simple pendulum with a metallic bob has a time period T. The bob is now immersed in a non-viscous liquid and oscillated. The density of the liquid is 1/4 that of the metal. Now what will happen? The G effective will change. We know time period of the pendulum is 2 pi root L by G. This is the initial time period. Now G changes, due to which T dash is equal to 2 pi root L by my G effective. What is G effective? Now later on, when the bob is immersed in liquid, force due to gravity is mg. It is having a buoyant force also. How much? The density is 1/4. So this buoyant force will be mg by 4. So effectively, I can say 3 mg by 4 is acting in the downward direction. So my G effective comes out to be 3g by 4. So G effective I will put as 3g by 4. Okay, and this will become 2 by root 3 into T. This T dash comes out to be 2 by root 3 into T, which is option 2. Yes. How much water should be filled in container of height 21 centimeter so that it appears half filled to the observer when viewed from the top? Let us take, you filled it like this to some height x. Okay, now the viewer is viewing from the top like this. How much apparent depth he will see? He will say apparent depth will be x by mu. This will be the apparent depth. Now this apparent depth should be half of the total height, so that he will, then only he will say it is half filled. So this is half of the total height, 21 by 2 centimeter. Okay, so I can say from here x comes out to be 21 by 2 into mu. Mu is 4 by 3. This comes out to be 14 centimeter. Option 4 is the correct match. A satellite of mass m is in a circular orbit of radius r about the center of the earth. A meteorite of same mass falling towards the earth collides with the satellite completely inelastically. The speeds of the satellite and meteorite are the same just before the collision. This is how the satellite is moving. This is my earth. What will be the speed of satellite? Speed of satellite is v root of gm by r. We know that. Now, a meteorite which is having same mass as that of the satellite, moving with the same speed radially, means with v, they collide inelastically. Inelastically means after collision they will move with the same velocity. So this is before collision. Let us take here mass is m. It is also having mass m. After the collision, what will happen? Okay, this is before collision. Now, after collision, what will be the velocity in horizontal direction? V divided by the total mass 2m, so v by 2. What will be the velocity in the radial direction? Inelastic collision, same velocity. So mv, this is the momentum in radius divided by total mass 2m. So v by 2. So after collision, it is having a velocity resultant in this direction, the total mass, and what is that? V by root 2, resultant of this. So final velocity is coming out to be root of gm by 2r. This is the velocity it is coming. Now what will happen? It will move in the elliptical orbit. Okay, it will move in the elliptical. If this velocity would be very high, okay, if it would be very high such that final velocity is greater than the escape velocity, then it would have escaped. Okay, but in this case its velocity is lesser than the velocity which is required for the circular orbit. So what will happen? The orbit will be elliptical. When a particle has sufficient velocity, okay, to escape, means greater velocity than the escape velocity, then the path will be hyperbolic. Here we are having elliptical. Third answer is there. Yes, third is the correct answer. Where we got this class PDF. Okay, class PDF is uploaded on our WhatsApp channel. So if you are there on the WhatsApp channel, so there all the whatever lives we conduct, all the class PDFs are uploaded there. So you can get the WhatsApp channel link from the description of each video we put there. Okay, channel of the WhatsApp link. So from there you can join the WhatsApp channel. Can I solve all these questions? All these are easier or standard questions? Are easy or standard question? These are standard question. Okay. The type of the question that are asked by mains. Some of them will be easy, some of them will be moderate. Okay. Some of them 1 to 2 questions you will find very difficult, like that. On the mains level only. Yeah. Very difficult doesn't mean on the advanced level, on the mains level. A pendulum bob swing back and forth in vertical circle with a speed of 3 meter per second at the lowest position. So this is the bob, it is having speed 3 meter per second. The pendulum length is 50 centimeter. The speed of the bob when the length makes an angle 60 degree with the vertical. What is the speed there? Okay. Conservation of mechanical energy. This is the initial point. This is the final point. I am taking this as the reference for the my potential energy. So initial kinetic half m into v square is 3 square. Initial potential 0 is equals to final kinetic half m v square plus final potential. How much is this height? L by 2. Total is L. This is L by 2. So m g into L by 2. L is 50 centimeter, means 0.5. So 0.5 by 2 is 1 by 4. M got cancelled. 1 by 2, 1 by 2, 1 by 2 here. So this is 3 square, which is 9 minus what it is, 5. This comes out to be my v square. So v comes out to be 2 meter per second. V comes out to be 2 meter per second, which is option 1. सर मैं बस सारे टेस्ट देख लूँ तो अच्छा परसेंटाइल आ जाएगा. Yes, cover all your backlogs. Okay, go through the discussions of the 12 test papers. And one more thing you can do is the April attempt 2026, January attempt 2026 questions. If you do all of that, that will be very helpful for you. An electric dipole is situated in an electric field of uniform intensity E, whose dipole moment is P, moment of inertia is I. The dipole is displayed by angular frequency of, okay, what is the angular frequency of oscillation? This is the electric field. Okay, if you displace the dipole like this with a small angle theta, what will be the torque? That is Pe sine theta. If theta is very small, we can write sine theta as theta, and this we write as I into omega square theta. From here, I can say omega comes out to be root of Pe by I. This is the standard thing. So Pe by I to the power 1 by 2. First option comes out to be the correct match. One variation of potential, okay, given as function of x, okay, the variation of potential it should be, it is given like this. Find the electric field vector at 2, 0. What is electric field? E is equals to minus del V by del x I cap, del V by, but here only x is there, so I'll just write del V by dV by dx I cap, like this. What it is now? Differentiate it. If I differentiate it, it comes out to be 4x I cap. What is x? X is 2. So x is 2, therefore it will become minus of 8 I cap. Minus of 8 volt per meter. The time varying magnetic field B is varying like this, is existing in a circular region of radius r. Okay, if the induced electric field at a distance r by 2, this distance r by 2, okay, here my flux is increasing in this direction, okay, flux is increasing into the plane, okay, with the time it is increasing into the plane. So the induced EMF will come somewhat like this in this direction, okay, this will be my E, and here it is mentioned as E1. At a distance E2, at a distance 2r, it is E2. So at a distance 2r now, so 2r let us take like this. This is my E2 here, and E2 direction will also be like this. Okay. Now how to find E1? I can say E1 into the 2 pi r will be equal to total induced EMF in this region, that is d phi by dt. So first of all, find phi as the distance of r. My B is varying like this. What is phi? At a distance r, take a strip of the thickness dr, okay, the flux through that strip will become alpha r square t into 2 pi r dr, the area of that. Integrate it. This will become flux. I need initially for E1 I am doing, okay, I'll be doing for E1. Let us first write it like this, alpha t 2 pi is constant, I am taking that out, alpha t 2 pi, alpha t 2 pi, that is constant. Rest is r cube dr, like this. What it is now? Alpha t 2 pi r to the power 4 by 4. Now limit. This is my phi. For first, I'll put r goes from 0 to r by 2. 0 to r by 2. R by 2. Okay. This is for E1. For E1 I am doing. Okay. 0 to r by 2. The flux will be 2 pi alpha t. And if you put here, it will become r to the power 4 divided by 2 to the power 4 is 16. 16 into 4. This comes out to be phi. D phi by dt will be the magnitude of the total induced EMF, that I will write as E into 2 pi r. So E1 into 2 pi r is r by 2 is equal to d phi by dt. Differentiate it. Now distance is constant, time is variable. If you only t is there, differentiate it, it will become 1. So this will become 2 pi alpha r to the power 4 divided by 16 into 4. 2 pi, 1 r, so this is r to the power 3, 2 into 2, so this comes out to be alpha r cube divided by 32. This is for E1. Now do for E2. Do for E2, let me use different color. So for E2, if I write phi is equal to, for E2 total flux will be coming, flux field is only there 0 to r, so I'll put my limit to 0 to r only. I'll put my limit 0 to 2r. I will not put 0 to 2r. I'll put 0 to r only. So when you put the limit 0 to r here, it will become 2 pi alpha t r to the power 4 divided by 4. And now you write E2 into 2 pi, the radius is 2r, is equal to d phi by dt. You differentiate it with respect to t, differentiation of t with respect to t will come out to be 1. It will become 2 pi alpha r to the power 4 divided by 4. Now here 2 pi is getting cancelled. What else? 1 r is getting cancelled, r to the power 3 will be there. So E2 comes out to be, alpha r cube divided by 8. Now take the ratio. What ratio I need? I need E2 by E1. So E2 by E1, this divided by this. So 1 by 8 into 32, this comes out to be 4. So this ratio comes out to be 4. Yes. Okay. Next, a series RC combination is connected to AC voltage of angular frequency which is 500 radian per second. If the impedance of RC circuit is R into root of 1.25, the time constant will be, I know time constant tau is equals to RC. This is the time constant. But I need for that, I need R and I need what is C. Okay, this is what I need. So RC circuit is there. Okay, total impedance is given to us like this. How to write that? Total impedance means Z. What is that? Root of R square plus only XC is there, so XC square. This is given as R into root of 1.25. This is equals to root of R square plus XC square, like this. You can square both sides. 1.25 R square is equal to R square plus XC square, and from here I can say that XC square comes out to be 0.25 R square. So XC comes out to be 0.5 R, means R by 2. XC is equal to R by 2. XC, what is that XC? 1 by omega C. XC is 1 by omega C. This comes out to be R by 2. I need RC. Take the other side. So 2 by omega. Is it right? Yes. 2 by omega comes out to be RC. What is omega? Omega is given to us as 500. So 2 by 500. This is my RC. I need in millisecond. Millisecond means you multiply with 1000, divide with 1000 like this, into 2. So this is 4 by 1000 seconds. It means 4 millisecond. This comes out to be my time constant. So answer comes out to be 4. Okay, it's a, you can say, combination of AC and DC question. Time constant is RC. Okay, and Z we have to use as we use in AC. The graph shown shows two isotherms for a fixed mass of an ideal gas. Okay, the ratio of RMS speed of molecule at temperature T1 and T2 is. So what is RMS speed? Vrms is equals to root of 3 RT by M. For the same gas, if you take the ratios, so I'll say V1 by V2 is basically equal to root of T1 by T2. I need the ratio of the temperatures for that. Isotherm PV is equals to constant. Yes. So here if I write the product of PV is constant here. What is the product of PV here? That is 1 into 1. P1 V1 is equals to 1. What is P2 V2? 2 into 2. P2 V2 is equals to 4. What is PV? nRT. So this is nRT1 and this is nRT2. Same mass, so divide these. So I got my T1 by T2 as 1 by 4. T1 by T2 comes out to be 1 by 1 divided by 4. So 1 by 4 if you write, this comes out to be 1 by 2. Okay. So the ratio of RMS speed of molecule at temperature T1 to that at temperature T2 is X. X comes out to be 0.5 here then. Is the answer 0.5? Or T2 by T1 they want to ask? It comes out to be 0.5. Let me see. Let me see in the actual paper what was the answer given for this, or is there any typing error here? This is question number, which question number? Question number 23. We are having two I think it should be asked for T2 by T1 then. Question number 23. Let us see what is there. Oh, sorry. This, okay. On this curve, the temperature is T1. I took it opposite, okay. On this curve, the temperature is T1. I took T1 here and T2 there. Therefore, I was getting the ratio opposite. Yeah. So, when I say this comes out to be 4 and this comes out to be 1. Now it is okay. This comes out to be 1. Now, if you take the ratio, this comes out to be 4 by 1. 4 by 1. I took this as 1 and then 2. It is 2 and 1. That opposite thing was coming. Okay. So, this comes out to be 2. The answer is 2 here. Question number 24. Good question it is, I think. A hydrogen-like atom, atomic number Z, is in a higher excited state of quantum number n. Okay, let us take, this is the excited state quantum number n. The excited atom makes a transition to the first excited state. First excited state means n is equals to 2. Here it is 2. First excited state, okay, by successively emitting 2 photons, means 10.2 and 17. When it is coming from this to this, it is emitting 2 photons. So, what will be the total energy difference here? 10.2 plus 17. That will be the total energy difference. So, this comes out to be 27.2 electron volt. Alternately, the atom from the same excited state can make a transition to second excited state by successively emitting 2 photons of this and this. What is that state now? Same excited, Alternatively, the atom from the same excited state, means n, can make a transition to the second excited state, means n is equals to 3. If it make transition to n is equals to 3, it is emitting these 2 photons. So, total energy difference will be 5.95 plus 4.25. How much it will be? 4 plus 6 is 10, 10.2. So, this is 10.2 electron volt. This difference is given to us. Determine the value of n. Okay. How much this difference will be? 10.2, this is 27.2. If you subtract that, this is 17 electron volt. So, this difference between n is equals to 2 and n is equals to 3, 17 electron volt is equals to, how we write the energy of the nth orbit? Minus 13.6 into z square by n square. This is how we write difference of the two. So, it will become 13.6 into z square, 1 by 2 square minus 1 by 3 square, 1 by 4 minus 1 by 9, 5 by 36. From here we will get what is the value of z. Okay, let me see what z is coming from here. What it is, 17 into 36 divided by 5 divided by 13.6, and this comes out to be 9. So, z comes out to be 3. Z square comes out to be 9, means z comes out to be 3. I need n. This energy difference now I know 10.2. So, I can say 10.2 is equal to 13.6 into z square, which is 9, into 1 by 9 minus 1 by n square. Yeah. Now, we have to do the calculations. Let us do it. This is 13.6 into 9 divided by 10.2. This comes out to be 1 by 12. So, I got 1 by 9 minus 1 by n square is 1 by 12. So, 1 by n square comes out to be 1 by 9 minus 1 by 12. Okay, what it is? 36, 9, 4 minus 3. So, n comes out to be 6. N square is 36, so n comes out to be 6 from here. So, we got the value of n as 6. It was a good question. Yeah. Next question, the last question. A tuning fork of frequency 340 Hz resonates in fundamental mode with air of column 125 centimeter. Okay. In a cylindrical tube closed at one end. So, the tube is closed at one end. When water is slowly poured, the minimum height of water required for observing resonance once again. Means when the next resonance will come, initial resonance was coming at fundamental frequency. Now what you are happening, what you are doing is you are increasing the water level. When the next resonance will come, so the next resonance will come when the water level, the next resonance, you see the first resonance and in the next resonance, what is the level difference in the length? Lambda by 4, lambda by 2, sorry, lambda by 4, then it comes 3 lambda by 4, then it comes 5 lambda by 4, like that. Okay, these are the lengths. This is how we write. Okay, for one end closed. So what is the difference between the two successive? Lambda by 2. So the length of the water that is needed, let us take x, that comes out to be lambda by 2. What is lambda? Lambda I can write as velocity divided by frequency. What is velocity? 340. What was the frequency? 340 by 2. So this comes out to be 1 by 2 meters. Answer is in centimeter. So this is 50 centimeter. Okay, so the physics portion is over now, and now chemistry portion will be taken by Gaurav sir. So let us see if Gaurav sir is ready. Okay, Gaurav sir, it's over to you.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, friends. Good evening. I hope I'm audible. Yes. Uh, Hello, study life. Hello, Naukri. Naukri 01. Chalo, we are having some new students with us. So just give me a response, guys, whether I'm audible or not. So we shall start with the discussion of chemistry. So how was your paper? Hi, hello. Hi, Naukri. I mean, that's a pretty different name for a student because ultimately this is your time to study. Naukri and all are second phases of life. The first phase is to building up yourself for a nice Naukri. Hello. So I hope I'm audible. And how was your score, guys? How was your score in this chemistry mock test number 11? Yeah, perfectly. Perfect. Audible. Perfect. So by the time you can definitely put in the marks that you have got. HM gaming I would rather prefer gaming. Hello beta. So let's start with the discussion. The chemistry, although it was quite doable, I hope you must have, all of you must have scored to the best of your efficiency. Now let us check what we can further do so that we can enhance our knowledge of having the April attempt to a better efficiency. So the first question is from redox reaction. The question says ammonium phosphate is our salt which gets converted into nitrate ion and ammonia. Now first of all, it is getting reacted with KMNO4. We definitely know it's an oxidizing agent and the reaction takes place in acidic medium. So we are given volume and molarity of the salt which is getting oxidized with 16 ml of KMNO4. Then we have to identify the normality. Now what we have to do so that we are not required to balance the reaction because we just have to do the volumetric analysis. So just count the valency factor and use law of equivalence which says that number of gram equivalents are always equal. So rather let us do number of gram equivalent of the salt which is ammonium phosphate will be equal to number of gram equivalent of KMnO4 used. I hope it is quite clear to everybody. Now the job is to calculate and put the number of gram equivalent properly. So number of gram equivalent can be calculated using volume into molarity into valency factor. So for the salt we are given volume and molarity, so rather okay, because over here it is given volume in ml, and over there also volume in ml. So okay, rather we shall do number of milligram equivalent, because no matter, hardly it makes a difference, because here also we are putting volume in ml, there also volume in ml, so it will definitely get cancelled. So what shall be number of milligram equivalent? Molarity, let's say this is 1 into volume into valency factor of this component will be equal to, because over there we are supposed to calculate normality, so we shall rather write normality as n, and because we are writing normality, so we need not write any valency factor, because we are not considering molarity over here. So make sure you put in the formula correctly. So over there, number of gram equivalent we are equating as normality into volume, and volume over there is definitely given in ml. Now let us put the value. Molarity is 0.2, volume is 50 ml, valency factor I'm just keeping it blank, normality of the KMnO4 we have to calculate, and 16 is the volume used. Now the only job left is to calculate valency factor. Now what about ammonia, sir? Ammonia is NH4 plus, so what will be the oxidation state of nitrogen? I do not know, so let's say it is X. Hydrogen with respect to nitrogen is electropositive, so plus 4 equals plus 1, that means nitrogen is in -3 oxidation state. And over here when it is getting oxidized to nitrate ion, what will be the valency factor of nitrogen in nitrate ion? We do not know, so it's X minus 6 equals -1, that means it is plus 5. So from -3 to plus 5 there is a transaction of obviously 8 number of electrons. What about the other species, sir? I guess that is also responding to electron transaction. Yes, because phosphate, which is PO4 3-, is transforming into phosphine. Phosphine is nothing but PH3. Now in PH3 I can clearly see, because hydrogen is relatively electropositive, so phosphorus is obviously in -3 oxidation state. What about phosphorus over here, sir? Phosphorus over here I do not know, so X minus 8 equal to -3, that means it is plus 5. So from 5 to -3, so from plus 5 to -3, that means that plus 5 to -3 is what? Plus 5 to -3 is transaction of again 8 electrons. So because this oxidizing agent is oxidizing this salt, and this salt is having how many number of electrons, sir? From -3 to plus 5 it is nothing but oxidation, and from okay, it is nothing but oxidation, and one species is having how many nitrogen, sir? One species is having 3. One species having 3 ions of ammonium, and ammonia is in ammonia, and then nitrogen is going from -3 till plus 5. That means transaction is how much? Of 8 electrons. But if you compare over there, sir, phosphate is getting reduced, because phosphorus is going from plus 5 till -3. So what is the transaction over there, sir? Again 8 electrons. Now what I'm telling you is, ultimately for the complete species you have to take them as ions individually. So ultimately what is happening to ammonium ion? Ammonium ion is converting into nitrate ion. What is happening to this phosphorus, sir? Phosphorus is converting from plus 5 till -3. So ultimately what is the transaction, guys? 8 and 8, that is 8 and 8, that is clearly 16. So because this is 16, sir, that means the 16 is simply getting cancelled. So this n is equal to nothing but 10. That means your answer is simply 10. I mean, such questions are, yes, at times tricks you, but if you stick with your basic, I hope you are quite clear and comfortable with the way you are going to get the answer. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says, that a sample of 0.5 gram of an organic compound was treated to Jaldal method. Now we should definitely know this through NCERT that using Jaldal method you can identify what? You can identify the amount of nitrogen that is present in your organic compound. You can do Jaldal method, you can even have Dumas method. The question is specifying it. You are using through, you are estimating using Jaldal method. Now nitrogen in Jaldal method is released in form of ammonia, definitely sir. Now ammonia gas was absorbed in 50 ml of 0.5 molar H2SO4. So we have taken an acid which is H2SO4 to dissolve the ammonia released. Now whatever nitrogen the organic compound must be having must be released in form of ammonia. The remaining acid after neutralization by ammonia consumed 80 ml of 0.5 molar NaOH. That means the acid which we have used must be in excess. So if somebody is going to ask you that what is the number of gram equivalent of ammonia produced, so it will be equal to number of gram equivalent of acid that you have taken in excess, because that must have neutralized the ammonia released, but because acid is in excess, so some acid must be left behind. So what is the amount of acid that has been left behind, sir? That you can calculate by the extra amount of base it is using. So what is the amount of base it is using, sir? It is using some equivalent of the NaOH, which is used in the later version, that is called back titration. So this will be equal to number of gram equivalent of base which is used. So this shall give you number of gram equivalent of ammonia. So for the acid, because molarity and volume is given, so what shall we do for acids? So molarity into volume into valency factor. Now here calculation of valency factor is quite easy, because for acid it is just number of H plus given, and because we know H2SO4 has a valency factor of 2. So molarity, which is 0.5, into volume, which is 50. Now this will also give you milligram equivalent, so we shall keep that in mind because we are calculating for milli number of gram equivalent. Then after that we'll keep that in mind that we are calculating again milligram equivalents. Now so molarity into volume into what is valency factor of acid, sir, 2, minus what about the base, sir? Volume is 80 ml into molarity is 0.5, and for NaOH valency factor is 1 because it furnishes only one OH. Now this is quite easy to calculate also. So 5 is 25, 25 into 2 is 25 into 2 is 50, minus 8 5 is 40, so that means 10 milligram equivalent, or simply 10 into 10 raised to power minus 3. Now this becomes your gram equivalent. I hope, because milli factor here I have taken by a factor of 10 raised to power minus 3. I hope we are clear with this. Now for number of gram equivalent, sir, we do not wish to get number of gram equivalent. We actually want weight of ammonia. So weight of ammonia will be number of gram equivalent can be written as weight of substance upon its equivalent weight. Now what will be the equivalent weight of ammonia? It's molar mass upon valency factor. Now what is ammonia, sir? Ammonia is also a base. What is the formula? NH4OH. So what will be the valency factor for ammonia, sir? 1, because it furnishes as a base only 1 OH. So weight upon weight of ammonia upon equivalent weight is molar mass of ammonia is 17 upon its valency factor is simply 1. So I hope, okay, I have the next slide. So weight of ammonia that I'm having is, this is 10 to the power minus 2 into 17, that means 0.17 gram simply. Now but sir, we require amount of nitrogen, then do the unitary method. What is the unitary method? If I had 17 gram as in 1 mole of ammonia, what will be the weight of nitrogen in this? Sir, 14 gram nitrogen it will be having. So you do the unitary method. So if rather you would be having 1 gram of ammonia, so what will be the amount of nitrogen present? Sir, 14 upon 17. And in the question, by calculating how much ammonia we have calculated, sir, it is having 0.17 grams. So rather do 0.17. So this is simply 0.14 gram, but this is weight of nitrogen. Now this nitrogen is coming from where? This nitrogen, sir, is coming from the organic compound. So now at last, now yes, this was a time consuming question, rather a very conceptual question, and your January attempt also were filled with practical organic chemistry logics, asking you to know these concepts. Now, so what will be the percentage of nitrogen, sir? Weight of nitrogen upon weight of organic compound into 100. Weight of nitrogen, sir, we have estimated 0.14. What is weight of organic compound that we have used? 0.5 into 100. So now calculation is also quite easy. Why? Because this is nothing but 14 upon 0.5 is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2, a 2 will come in the numerator. So this is simply 28%. I hope answer and calculation is also very clear to us. Moving to the next question. Attempt this one, guys. Sir, what are all chapters in class 11th? Okay, hi Ekaf. Ekaf, before 13th April, you want, okay, you are joining for our batch. Yes, beta. So, beta, see, Ekaf, whatever one shots you can complete with the YouTube channel, just do that much. Because anyhow, when you will be coming to the batch, we'll be doing the 12th chapters also, and then in the meantime, because you will be having 5 days classes, so after that we'll be having the Saturdays. On the Saturdays, I'll make your timetable personally, and will make you revise all of the 11 topics also. So for time being, yes, I'm definitely, because you are vigilant enough, so I'm suggesting you do all the one shots, whatever possible. Just take a one shot, but do them very religiously. Make notes. After that, attempt questions. What questions? The practice sheet, which is obviously attached with the Elevate crash course series. After that, the PYQs. So see, work is a never ending process, and it will be continued for the complete year once we'll be starting with our English batches post 13th of April. So whatever you can do with ease, I mean, make a comfortable target for you, but achieve that target appropriately. Do not rush to over to any topics. Whatever doubts you have, write them on a piece of paper, or use highlighters or markers and mark your doubts, and whenever we meet in the class, and so clear all those doubts whenever we meet during our regular classes. So that is what my advice to you is. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says, assuming that hydrogen behaves as an ideal gas, what is the EMF of the cell at 25 degrees Celsius, where pressure P1 is this much and pressure P2 is this much, and pressure P1, P2 are mentioned in the cell representation? Now, this is a beautiful question from electrochemistry. The question asks you to consider hydrogen as anode and hydrogen only as cathode. Why? Because in the cell representation, left side is for anode and right side is for cathode. So first write the cell reaction. So who is getting oxidized? Hydrogen. So that means hydrogen gas is converting to H plus, because from plus 1 it is from 0 it is going to plus 1, so oxidation state increasing, so oxidation. First balance the reaction. So obviously oxidation is loss of electron, so electron is given out. Now in the question it is mentioning that the hydrogen gas you are using is having a pressure of P1. So this is the pressure that is mentioned in the question for anodic hydrogen gas. Who is getting reduced? Sir, hydrogen only. How we know it? Through the cell representation. So that means H plus is getting reduced also and forming hydrogen gas, because plus 1 to 0 is a reduction. Again balancing this question, so this shall be your reduction half, but here again the hydrogen gas pressure is mentioned as P2. Now what rather we shall do? Sir, simple. Add the reaction, add the anode and cathode half reactions. So what shall we get? Sir, because H plus ion concentration is not mentioned, so let us take it as 1 molar because it is standard state. Electrons are anyway cancelled. So what are we left with? Hydrogen gas with pressure P1 is converting to hydrogen gas at pressure P2. This because this becomes a concentration cell. So what is a concentration cell? When both the electrodes are built of same material, which is hydrogen in this case. So according to Nernst equation, cell reaction is equal to standard cell potential. Standard cell potential for concentration cell is obviously 0 because cathode and anode are same, minus 0.059 upon number of electron transferred is 2 into log of reaction quotient Q, which is log of the product, which is hydrogen gas whose pressure is given to be P2 upon P1. The stoichiometry is simply 1 because this is simply 1 mole. I hope it is quite clear to us now. The remainder part is just basic calculation. Okay, in the question it is also helping you to take 2.303 RT upon N as 0.6, although if it is not given, then also we'll approximate it to as 0.06. So divide by 2 becomes 0.03 into log of P2 by P1. What is P2? P2 is 420 by P1. What is P1? P1 is 600. So 0 gone. 7, okay, 6 1 ja 6, so this is 10, and 6 7 ja 42. Okay, log 7 is therefore also given. So log 7 minus log 10. So log 7 minus log 10. Now this is quite easy also to calculate. Let me see, I have extra page. No, I don't. So let us calculate here only. So log 7 is 0.85, log 10 is 1. That means this is minus 0.15. Minus will become plus. So 0.03 into 0.15. So 15 into 3 is 45, and 45 into 10 raised to the power minus 4. So positive answer. So you guys are gone. Option 3. I hope it is quite attemptable for everybody. Yeah. Good question, good question. Certain logics you should be very well aware of. I hope because of the table, this list is not visible to you. So for those who are not finding it easy to read, I'm helping you with it. You have to compare list 1 with list 2. The reagents are given here. NO2 is getting reduced as NH2. That means, sir, I need a reducing agent. So who is a rather famous reducing agent? Sir, LiLH4. Okay, but NCERT says in order to form amine, metal plus acid. So this is Fe plus acid, which is HCl. So metal plus acid are famous NCERT reducing agent for reduction of nitro compounds to form amines. NCERT basic. So one is Q. So one is Q. So two options we have eliminated. After that, this is nitrile now. Nitrile being reduced to 1 degree amine can only be possible using a strong reducing agent, which is lithium aluminum hydride. That is 2 is P. So 2 is P. Okay, 2 is P for both the options. So 3 will decide our answer. 3 is S or R. 3 is, this is diazonium salt having bromine as substitution. That means I need Sandmeyer's or Gattermann reagent, and here it is given in S, Q press halide in presence of HX. So 3 is nothing but S. So 3 is S. So that means option 1 is our answer. Yes, option 1 is our answer, but still let us check. 4 is R. So rather invest our time with 4. Amine is a strong plus R group. It will activate the benzene ring at ortho and para position, and who will give us high amount of Br plus as electrophile. Br plus, yes, as electrophile. So heavy amount of bromine will be created by Br2 in water, because water is anyway a polar solvent and will create lot of Br plus, sir. But why? Because aniline is a powerful activating group. Therefore, Br2 does not even require Lewis acid. Example, the FeBr3 Lewis acid is utilized when the ring is not activated enough. With phenol and aniline ring is highly activated, and therefore electrophiles are self-dissociated. So if you have water will provide a medium where self-ionization, self-dissociation takes place to the largest extent, and hence ortho-para derivative of bromo or any electrophile is easily created. I hope we are done with this also. Answer is definitely option 1. Moving to the next question. The next question says, which electronic transition in atomic hydrogen corresponds to emission in visible light? So this is, I mean, such questions would be, your JEE paper also had similar type of questions in between difficult questions. So such atomic structure basic questions you should never leave, because what does visible spectrum mean in a hydrogen spectrum? Sir, Lyman series is ultraviolet, Balmer series is visible, and Balmer series is corresponding to all the spectral lines when electron make a transition from higher state to ground to lower energy orbit. And which orbit? To n equal to 2. So n equal to 2, electron should land, and whatever spectral lines you have in the broad spectrum, it will belong to visible range. I hope it is clear to everybody. Moving to the next question, which is again your NCRT fact. Now, what is an NCRT profit? Sir, we know glucose has aldehyde also and alcohol functional group also. What is the straight chain structure of glucose? Sir, aldehyde and alcohol. What about the 4 optically active carbons? Sir, we need to learn the Fisher projection. So what rhyme I have given you in the previous test also, from the second carbon iterate this rhyme. What is the rhyme? Sir, OHH, OHOH. What is the rhyme? OHH, OHOH. You should learn this rhyme for a straight chain structure, and we definitely know the carbonyl group and the alcohol will undergo this muta rotation, and a cyclic structure also exists for glucose. And what shall be the Haworth projection, which is the cyclic projection of the cyclic structure of glucose, the hemiacetal structure of glucose? Sir, for that also we have learnt a rhyme. For those who are listening it for the first time, I have been discussing it in the test also, in the lives also. So from the 4th carbon, do the same rhyme. What is the rhyme? OHH, OHOH. But from the 4th carbon in the Haworth projection. This is from the 2nd carbon on the straight chain projection. And if you have a Haworth projection like over here, so let us number. Sir, it is numbered from here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th and 6th carbon. So from where to start that rhyme? From the 4th carbon in Haworth projection. So this is the 4th carbon. What is the rhyme? OH, H, OH, OH. No, because this is not OH, so this is wrong. OH, H, OH, OH. Yes, sir. This is perfect. OH, oh, this should be H. So this is wrong. OH, oh, H, OH, OH. So because here also this is wrong, so definitely we have landed up with our answer. So this becomes the alpha enomer. What is the beta form? Just interchange the position of H and OH on the 1st carbon. It becomes a beta enomer, because the question is asking us about the alpha form. Therefore, this is our alpha form. A very beautiful NCRT logic. I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question, which says, the decomposition of N2O5, okay, the decomposition is written as a first order reaction represented by this. After 20 minutes, the volume of oxygen produced is 10 ml, okay. So let's say I have N2O5 and it is decomposing to form N2O4 and oxygen gas. So at time t equal to 0, let's say I have let's say moles or concentration of this reactant. Initially I have nothing. Question is saying after 20 minutes, sir, something will be dissociated. So A minus X. So 1 will form 1.5. So X dissociated will form X and X by 2. Now, let's say when the complete reaction has taken place, how much time it will take, I do not know. So let's say infinitely large time. So at infinitely large time, whole of the reactant, yes, we definitely know all the for a chemical reaction always it attains equilibrium, but for chemical kinetics basics we consider this, that let's say complete reaction has taken place, so almost completely it will be decomposing. So at infinite time, how much of it will be left? So nothing, all is gone. So if 1 gone, 1.5 is produced. So if A gone, A and A by 2 is produced. I hope we are clear with this. Now let us check what is given to us. It is given to us that the volume of oxygen gas produced is 10 ml after 20 minutes. So this is given us to be 10. volume of, okay, the volume of oxygen, sir, but here you have taken as moles. I have not mentioned what is this X, because you remember, if temperature pressure is same, then whatever stoichiometry you apply for number of moles, you can apply the same stoichiometry for volume as well. So rather, let us consider, because these are all gaseous components, so let us consider A is volume only. So question is saying that after 20 minutes, volume of oxygen gas produced is X. That means what is value of X, which is, let's say, the volume we have, the volume that has been decomposed at time t. So this X is nothing but 20. Okay, sir. At the end of the reaction, it is 40 ml. So at the end, how much oxygen I'm having, sir? A by 2, whose value is given out to be 40 ml. That means you have value of A as 80. Now, because we have value of A and X, that means I can now use, okay, I do not have space, so let me use this side for rate kinetics of first order. So sir, the kinetic equation says that K is equal to 1 upon T into ln of initial concentration, let's say initial concentration of whatever, concentration volume, because we are taking volume, because we are taking the ratio. So initial concentration of reactant upon concentration of reactant left at time t. So how much concentration we have taken initially? This much. What is left after time t? Sir, A minus X, because we have to put the concentration or whatever, because we are doing the stoichiometry from for volume. So whatever we have, because it's a ratio, so we can have ratio of the volume as well. So volume taken initially upon volume of the reactant left at time t. So our answer should be K is equal to time is 1 upon 20 into ln of how much volume I have taken initially, sir, A. So value of A is nothing but 80 upon how much volume is left at time t, sir, A minus X. So 80 minus 20 becomes 60. So this is simply, okay, in our option we have 80 by 60, but we only, okay, we have options only. So let us simplify 80 by 60. So 80 by 60 can be simplified as divide by 2. So it will be 40 upon 30. Now let us see if we have an option. Yeah, over here. So it is just playing with the mathematical term. I hope we have got our answer. Now chemical kinetics, only first order and zero order and Arrhenius equation. The only three formulas, if you know, you can definitely make one question in your April attempt also. Now, the correct order in which bond order increases. Now, read the complete question properly. What student do? Bond order, they directly apply MOT, sigma 1 is sigma S 1. Do not do it. Sometimes you can simply attempt a question. Why? Sir, VBT also sometimes give you the common sense. What is the common sense? What is the structure of ozone? Sir, we definitely know ozone is a bend-shaped molecule. So this can also be double, that can also be double. So it will be in resonance. Coordinate can be over here also. So the average structure will be, it will have a partial double bond character. So partial double bond character, how you can calculate bond order? So let us suppose focus on one structure. Here bond order is 2, here bond order is 1. So 2 plus 1, how many resonating structures I have? 2. So 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 by 2 is how much? 1.5. So bond order of O bond O in ozone will be definitely 3 by 2, as in 1.5. Now, for others, it is quite clear. For oxygen, sir, we know from class 9th, sir, bond order is 2. What about O2 minus, sir? If I give one electron to this oxygen, one electron to this oxygen, then for completing octet, they just have to form a single bond. So bond order will be 1, and you just have to compare bond order. So who has the lowest bond order? Sir, O2 2 minus. So O2 2 minus has lowest. Now after that, sir, ozone, and highest is O2. Option is simply 3. Trick of order. Yes, beta, you can yaksh. Beta, see, yaksh. Even if you go to the chemical bonding one shot, which I mean, I have given 2 chemical bonding one shots because obviously it's an important chapter. Yes, beta. So you can have multiple tricks. I can completely understand that. But sometimes, you know what happens? We forget the trick. and what stays with us is the common sense. So rather such certain tricks can buy you maybe 30 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, but there is a very high possibility for few students that they even forget the trick, because if you have tricks for all physics, chemistry, maths, then so many tricks will become a theory. So rather going by basics sometimes helps moving forward. Although if you are comfortable with it, then yaksh, you can obviously do that. So I'm not denying to the fact, but for that you need strict revisions. Now, which of the following correctly matches the cationic group? Now this I'm doing religiously. This I'm doing religiously in most of the mock test that I'm giving you the series, that if you're not doing salt analysis, then at least remember and read the cationic reagents and the group to which they belong, and what is the form of precipitate that they form. Again, the similar question is there in front of us. Group 1 reagent is dilute HCl. It is not H2S. Group 2 reagent is, if you have placed HCl and you have not got chloride PPT, then you pass hydrogen sulfide gas. So H2S gas in acidic medium is a reagent actually for group 2. Now, group 3 is in a basic medium created by ammonium hydroxide. So you should take excess of ammonium hydroxide and use ammonium chloride, which creates definitely a buffer. So this is definitely a reagent for group 3, and if you do not get any precipitate, then you pass the H2S gas in basic medium. That becomes your reagent for group 4. And for group 5 we independently add ammonium carbonate. So what we rather get, we get carbonates of the cations. So for group 5 the group reagent is definitely ammonium carbonate in basic medium. Basic medium is again created by ammonia. So option C and option D is giving you correct version of the question, and that will also give you the answer as well. Samaksh, namaste beta. Samaksh is saying, sir, chemistry में confidence आ रहा है 26 क्वेश्चन करके. 26? अच्छा 26 के क्वेश्चन करके. Okay, perfect. I thought I am giving 25 questions. Okay, January beta. Samaksh, if you have done a January 2026 question, then don't stop here. Attempt these mocks and start doing PYQs in a reverse fashion. 25 January, 25 April, then 24 January, 24 April. I am telling you, it will give you so much of confidence that you can, question will come in front of you and you are going to beat the question like this, that you are definitely going to hit a 6 in each ball, in each questions. So keep on that good work, beta. I'm very happy. God bless you. So coming to the next question says, now use the bond energy data and calculate. Okay, obviously it is asking us to calculate the enthalpy for the given reaction. Now here we are forming this compound from carbon gas, hydrogen gas and chlorine gas. Now what is the free state, I mean the state in which carbon can freely exist in nature? The native states are carbon graphite, which is a solid. For hydrogen it is H2 gas. For chlorine it is also Cl2 gas. So here you are just given the gaseous atom. So this reaction does not represent the enthalpy of formation. This is a reaction, and for this reaction we are supposed to calculate enthalpy of reaction. Now let us see what terms are given to us. We are given the bond enthalpies. So enthalpy of reaction can be calculated by enthalpy of formation of product minus reactant. But if bond enthalpy is given, then the formula becomes enthalpy of reaction is nothing but summation of bond enthalpies of reactants minus summation of bond enthalpies of product. And because reactants are in gaseous state, so how much energy you have to provide to break them? Sir, they are already broken. So what is the summation of energy that is required to break these reactants? Are nothing. They are in their gaseous atomic state, so it is 0 minus. Yes sir, for the product we have to do, and that is only we are supplied with. I am having 2 C bond H, and 1 C bond H is having how much of energy? 413. So 2 into 413. This is the complete square bracket, and here is the complete square bracket, because in the square inside the square bracket I need 2 specific things. What is the first specific thing? So the bond enthalpy of 2C bond H, which I have already written, plus there are two more bonds, C bond Cl. How many? Two. So one will be broken by supplying energy of 328. So 328 into 2. Add them up, and with a negative sign you will get your answer. So answer will be having a negative sign. You just have to do the math. Okay, answer is 3. So I'm not multiplying for you. That I suppose you can, because answer will definitely negative. Okay, welcome Samaksh. God beta, if you're working, every teacher will be blessing you with all your efforts. So you deserve it. So, but keep on the work, beta. We are still left with days. So keep on going with the good work. Perfect. With that note, let us attempt the next question, which says the number of all possible monochloro structural isomer. Monochloro? Okay, that means you have to remove hydrogen and substitute it with a chlorine to be formed on free radical monochlorine. Okay, so this is just a common sense of GOC. We just have to identify that what are the different type of hydrogens we have. So let us draw the structure. I have two methyl group. So one methyl group, second methyl group on the left side. Then I'm having a CH. So this C having one hydrogen. Then I'm having CH2. Then I'm having CH3. So what are the number of different hydrogens I have been provided with? Because that hydrogen will give me the different type of monochloro product. So if I replace these one of the hydrogen from these 6 hydrogens, I'll be getting a chlorine, one chlorine, and it will be having the same name, 1-chloro 2-methyl butane. So this will give me one possible isomer. What about this hydrogen? If I remove this hydrogen, the red one, and substitute it with a chlorine, I'll get 2-chloro 2-methyl. So that will give me the second isomer. Another color, if I okay, so this is a 2-degree hydrogen, and if I replace, I will get 2-chloro 2-methyl. So that will be my third possible structural isomer, and I will be having one more, right? Although this is also 3-degree, this is also 1-degree hydrogen, this is also 1-degree hydrogen, yellow one, but this will give me another isomer because name will be different. If I have a chlorine with this 1-degree hydrogen, the name will be 1-chloro 3-methyl butane. So that ultimately it is also a different isomer. So how many different isomers I'll have? 4. Easy question, but quite probable for your JEE attempt, April attempt. Moving to next one. Sir, what to do in 1 week gap? Beta, I have already answered, Samaksh. Beta, okay, your mains is on 2nd April. Okay, best of luck first of all, and do not worry, don't have this prejudice कि अरे सर पहले दिन कठिन होता है आखिरी दिन आसान हो जाता है. Nothing is so. Whatever you have studied, if that is coming, it is easy for you. And practically, yes, sometimes the shift is difficult, but if shift is difficult, it is difficult for us, for all. And anyway, you are going to have a relative marking, so do not worry. Attempt whatever theory you feel you are not comfortable. If you feel you're confident with most of the theory, then attempt more and more and more number of questions, Samaksh. This mock is best, or else if you are having and getting benefit from any or every place, beta, you're most welcomed, and you have all my blessings to do whatever possible thing you have, whatever you feel that is best for you. You can go and just continue reading, beta. Sir, please read previous comment. Beta, I am intentionally not reading it. I saw that you named some offline mock test. So that's what I'm answering. You take any offline test, offline, online, whatever. It should help you, and you have to keep working. So that is it. So I'm deliberately not reading any other names. So moving to the next question. The best reaction sequence. होशियार तुम लोग बहुत हो. The best reaction sequence for the synthesis of pentane 2-one. Now, what is pentane 2-one? Sir, pent as in 5 carbons, 2 as in this. Now, I have to form this. With what reaction I get? This is an aldehyde. So, when Grignard reagent will go, it will become alcohol. And Yes, I'll be having an alcohol. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, sir. If you will be having an alcohol, that means you will not be having a ketone. So this is gone. Now, for the nitrile, one methyl group will be coming, and post hydrolysis. Now, yes, this I can do. So first carbon, second carbon, third carbon, C triple bonded N will become double bonded N. Why? Because I have been supplied with the methyl group from Grignard reagent, which will rather make this as minus, and it will be held by MgBr or MgI, whatever, plus. And post hydrolysis, this bond will be gone because water, when enters, it enters completely. So I'll get 2 OH over here, 2 hydrogen over here, 1 more hydrogen. So magnesium will be gone. So ammonia gas will be released, and 1 carbon having 2 OH, geminal diol are unstable. So it dehydrates to form the corresponding carbonyl group. So 1, 2, 3, fourth carbon will have double bond, and fifth, 1, 2, 3, fourth will have a double bond, and then this fifth is this CH3. So obviously I've got my acetone, option 2, but because we are practicing, so let us see what are we getting in the other options. So this is acid chloride. 1 methyl will come, will kick out the chlorine. Another methyl will come and will convert it into a alcohol. So this will also not be an answer because it will be an alcohol. What about this one? This is nothing but Grignard reagent. Grignard reagent, as soon as it is seeing any H plus, the R minus will take this H plus and it will form an alkane. So obviously not a ketone. What alkane? Propane. Now, I hope we have definitely got the answer as well. Moving to the next one. Now, sir, Jan attempt hurt me so much, sir. Be it. Ready. Esther ready. Be it. You ultimately know na, it hurt you. Now you must be knowing what is the reason why it hurt you. Treat the reason, because you will then be treating, working on the cause. Sir, samay nahi bacha hai. Whatever time you have left it, from this day till the day you are having a paper, you can improve. Doesn't even matter that it will get you a CSE seat at an NIT which you wish. That is a result. Don't focus on the result. Work on what hurt you and start preparing from now. I know that you could have started some way back, but what is the best time to start? Today, right now. So work on whatever has hurt you and you will be doing wonders. Dubeji, hello. Dubeji always come at the start, do some smileys and you go away. So Dube, I hope you're attempting questions with us, bhai. Chalo, moving to the next question. The next question says, for the given reactions, which of these reactions will not produce Sidzef product? What is Sidzef product? Most stable alkene. So most stable alkene, whenever it is formed, it is called the Sidzef product. So most substituted alkene is generally most stable. Concentrated sulfuric acid acting on alcohol. This is 3 carbon. So 1, 2, 3 degree. This carbon has become a 3 degree carbon. I've made that carbon. After that, I'm having CH, then 1 OH, and then 1 CH3. So this H2SO4 will give H plus. This H plus will do what? Will protonate this OH. So this OH will be gone in form of water. I'll be having a carbocation over here. Carbocation will be getting stabilized by alkyl shifting. So I'll be having these 2 carbons, plus will be coming over here. This CH, this methyl has been relocated, and the CH3. Now obviously where deprotonation can be done, sir, if you remove electron of this hydrogen, I'll get a double bond over here, and definitely it's a most substituted alkene, most stable alkene, so it is forming a Sidzef product. So because it is forming a Sidzef product, therefore not an answer. So 1 is not there, so you are gone, only you are gone. Okay, now let us work on fourth option. Fourth is this. So it is heated. So this is functional group. carbonyl group. This is alpha, this is beta. We definitely know from aldol that alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compounds are stable. Now why are they stable? Because it forms a conjugated alkene, which is also a stable alkene. In fact, it is resonance stabilized. So I have these two CH3 groups. After that I have this CH. After that I have this CH with an OH, this CH with a double bond O. So this is the double bond I'm talking of. So this is alpha, this is beta. So I remove alpha OH, beta H. I'll get a double bond over here. Pi, sigma, pi. So here also I'm getting a conjugated alkene, which is a stable product. So this is also a cis-F product. Because it's a cis-F product, so not an answer. So 4 will also not be a case. So obviously only 3. You can check also that here also you will get bromine and hydrogen. So cis-F product, so not an answer. And here, because this is a bulky base, I hope we remember this, that bulky base can't enter in the bulk of a molecule because it is bulky itself. So it rather gives electron but to the hydrogen which is least hindered, and therefore the product that you get is a less substituted alkene. So here, because of the bulky base, bromine will definitely be gone, but this hydrogen will be gone because this is least hindered. So rather you will have a less substituted product, which is nothing but which is called the Hofmann product. I hope everybody is clear with this. Option 3 will be your answer. Yeah. Yes, Samaksh. Perfect. Perfect, bhai. Moving to the next question. The next question says the first row ionization values of elements are okay. Now, certain questions are is a crime to leave such questions, and you get some questions in your JEE paper. Now, sir, value is this much. It is getting doubled. It is getting, let's say, sometimes. But sir, this is huge. This is huge change. So whenever you have huge change, that means after removal of this much of electrons, the configuration must attained a inert configuration. So after this, inertness must be attained. That's why an inert system will resist to change or alter itself. Therefore, if you try to ionize an inert system, you will have to supply much more energy. And why it is much more? Because I'm observing it relatively. So relatively it is increased by how many folds? A lot of folds. So that's why how many electrons the element must be having in its valence shell? Sir, only 3. Because after removal of 3 electrons, it is attaining an inert configuration because the 4th electron removal is so difficult. So answer is 3. Moving to the next question. Now, so please tell difference in Hofmann, cis-F Hofmann. I've already told you, beta. Whenever dehydrogenation takes place, NCERT says beta elimination, but the question you get, it is not always the beta carbon because rearrangement can also take place. So rather you form an alkene, and after forming an alkene, if the alkene form is more stable, as in it is having hyperconjugation, hyperconjugating hydrogens, it is having more, or if it is having more substituted alkyl groups. So more substituted alkene is generally more stable. And whenever you are forming a more stable alkene, it is called the formation of cis-F product, because whenever stable product is the major product that it is formed in a more percentage, it is called a cis-F product. But there are certain cases, like when you use a bulky base, alkene want to stabilize itself, but how alkene was forming? When base was coming and giving electron. If base is bulky, then it can't come and give electron to that hydrogen which is in the bulk of a system, that means which is hindered. So base will anyway come and give electron to that hydrogen which is least bulky. Therefore, because that hydrogen is not hindered, so the alkene that you will be forming will also be not more substituted. Hence you kinetically we wanted a stable product, but now because the base is even not coming, that means chemical kinetics is now forcing what product to be formed. Thermodynamically you should have a stable product. That is a topic of kinetic and thermodynamic stability. This is the common sense which it uses, but for your mains level of question, I hope this is quite clear to us. Yeah, Samaksh, or else beta, alkyl and aryl halides. It is there in GOC, in the playlist of Elevate JEE Crash Course series of PWJ English channel. Make it a 2x speed. It will just take around, if you just directly go to that topic, it will be a matter of 15, 20, 30 minutes. So revise, है ना? Although I have given you the logic. Yeah, perfect. Now, the next question is a D block logic, which says which of the following statement is correct. Okay, how many are correct? So cerium cannot oxidize water due to, sir, we know cerium is the first element. Yeah, Sina par nadiyan PM ki samai, the lanthanoids. So cerium is having just after lanthanum. So this is 6s2, 5d1 and 4f1. So generally lanthanoids exist as what? Generally lanthanoid reacts with a +3 oxidation state. Therefore, all their reactions are corresponding to that of aluminium, because aluminium also always form compound in +3 oxidation state, and so do the lanthanoids. But yes, because of stable half-filled and fully filled electronic configuration, and like this cerium, because cerium when loses 4 electron, it acquires a perfect electronic configuration of an inert gas. So certain ionic species also exist in nature, but they also tremendously have a tendency to rush and go back to their family oxidation state. So what is the family oxidation state for all lanthanoids? It is always +3. So yes, cerium +4 will be formed because it is having inert configuration, but the cerium +4 will also be having a tremendous capacity to reduce itself and acquire the family oxidation state of lanthanoids, which is +3. That means it is going to reduce itself. So if it is dying to reduce itself, then it will oxidize others. Therefore, it will behave as an oxidizing agent, and it is saying that cerium cannot oxidize. No, sir. It will be dying to reduce itself, and therefore it can oxidize even water. So because it can oxidize, therefore it is wrong. Lanthanoids only exhibit, not only, now we have already seen this, that yes, their most stable oxidation state is +3, but if at all they are having any ability of forming half-filled, fully filled or inert electronic configuration, then they can acquire that oxidation state. But yes, they will still have a tendency to come back to the +3 oxidation state, but ultimately they are existing in some other oxidation states of +4, +2 as well. So it is saying it not only. So because of the word only, it is also incorrect. It may acquire +2 or +4 as well. European commonly, not about European. Every lanthanoids, they primarily, commonly is giving you a generalization. So they commonly obviously exist in their family oxidation state, which is +3. So definitely this is correct. And lanthanum +2 is more common. Oh, we are saying this, that only +3 is common. So you are definitely wrong. So option, theoretically a good question. I hope we are good. Now, moving to the next one. The next one says, which of the following complex has 0 crystal field stabilization? Now here also coordination number is 6, 6, 6, 6. So if coordination number is 6, that means I am forming a octahedral complex. And what is the octahedral splitting? Sir, we have T2G subshell and EG subshell. T2G is of lower energy, EG is of higher energy. Now, manganese is 4s2, 3d5. Here manganese is in what oxidation state? Sir, +3. So manganese +3 will be 3d4. So if I'm having 3d4 and cyanide is a strong field ligand, so the splitting will be large enough, so all the electrons will be filled over here. So let us fill those electrons. So filling the 4 electrons over here will give me 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is nothing but T2G4 and EG0. Now what about the contribution? Sir, we definitely know they goes up, taking energy of whom? Of these 3. So this is nothing but 3/5 of delta naught. And this is nothing but 2/5 of delta naught, because this complete is octahedral splitting. So speaking of the electron contribution, so 3 by 5 is 0.6. So this is plus 0.6 times of delta naught is the contribution by electrons if it is acquiring EG set. And over here, because it is less than the barycenter, so they are losing energy. So minus 2 by 5 is 0.4 times of delta naught. Now over here, how many electrons am I having? 4. So 4 4 just 16. That means it will have some negative crystal field stabilization energy. So energy will be released. It will not be 0. So it will not be 0. And definitely, because we are talking of manganese, let's say manganese I have over here also. So let us first work on manganese, then we'll go to cobalt. So here oxidation state is +2. So manganese +2 will be 3d5. But because water is a weak field ligand, cyanide was a strong field ligand. So rather, if we have a weak field ligand, then the splitting is less. So if I have to then fill the 4 electrons, how shall I do it? So 1, 2, 3. Now splitting is this, so I'll go and fill the upper 2 and 3 over here and 2 over here. So manganese +2 will be T2G3 and Eg2. What about the contribution? So these 3 will have a contribution of minus 0.4. So 3 4 ja 12. So minus 1.2 plus 2 have acquired the higher oxidation, the higher energy Eg subshell. So 2 into 6 is again 12. Yeah, we have got our answer. So this is +1, but that means this is 0. Okay, done. See, so check for one element and then you should rather go for the other. And if you check for them also, you'll be not be getting a negative. You'll not be getting a 0 value. And the question is asking you a 0 value. So who is having that 0 value? Option 4. The next question says, now I've told you for chemical kinetics, first order kinetics, zero order kinetics, and the Arrhenius equation, which is nothing but K equals, I have seen a cat over there, so I was just pushing the cat away. So K equals A into e raised to the power minus E upon RT. Now we definitely know ln K is nothing but ln A, which is a constant, minus EA upon R, which is also a constant, into 1 by T. Now let's say if this is Y and this is X, then what will be it in a mathematical line? Sir, in a mathematical line, it will be a straight line. With what slope? With a negative slope. So 1 by T and ln K is having a straight line with a negative slope. So if I am increasing the temperature, sir, if temperature is increased, then 1 by T will be decreasing. That means I'm going this side. That means ln K value is increasing. So definitely I can see that K is directly proportional to temperature. As temperature increases, value of K is also increasing. That means as temperature increases, rate of reaction also increases. I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question, which says, phenol react with CCl4 in presence of aqueous alkali. Now this is classic case of coal base, although coal base directly uses CO2. But we definitely know if I have CCl4 in basic medium, so substitution can take place because bond length of C bond Cl is large enough. So 2 chlorine gone, I'll get 2 OH. 1 carbon having 2 H will dehydrate and get double bonded O. Similarly, other 2 chlorine will also give a double bonded O. So this is nothing but reaction of carbon dioxide with the base of what? Of, sir, phenol. Phenol, we know that it is a powerful activating group, will activate the ring where? At ortho and para position. So I'll get ortho substituted also, para also, but because of intramolecular hydrogen bonding, who becomes the major products at this OH will be having intramolecular hydrogen bonding, and because of that intramolecular H bond, which becomes the major products are orthoisomer, and this orthoisomer is famous and it is called salicylic acid. So your answer is simple and quite easy and very attemptable, which is salicylic acid. Moving to the next question, which says, The vapor pressure of pure water at 37 degrees Celsius is this much. That means this is the value of P naught. Okay. What is the vapor pressure of an aqueous solution at the same temperature containing 20 gram of glucose, C6H12O6, which is the solute, dissolved in this much gram of water, which is nothing but solvent. Now we are asked what is the vapor pressure of solution. That means what we have to calculate, PS. Now remember, I've told you in the previous test also that RLVP, what is relative lowering of vapor pressure, P naught minus PS upon P naught. This is actually relative lowering of vapor pressure, which we can obviously say it is equal to mole fraction of solute, which is equal to number of moles of solute upon N1 plus N2. Although we do approximation by saying that colligative properties is only valid for dilute solution and N2 value is less, but sometimes, not always, sometimes the value is so much small that this is also an approximation. So sometimes when the answer is very close enough, like over here, you just check answer is very close. So whenever answer is very close, although you can get an answer from this, but for a good level of question also, you should know this, that don't use RLVP. Rather do a mathematical tickling, which is P naught minus PS upon PS. Because this will be exactly equal to N2 upon N1 with no approximation. And in such cases, you are going to get the perfect answer. But this is not RLVP. The ratio is directly equal to N2 by N1. Now, because we are asked PS, so let us use this relation also. P naught value is given out to be 47.1 minus PS we have to calculate, which is X. Okay, let me do this, that I'm doing PS. Okay, write PS as PS only. Why bother? Minus 1, because PS upon PS will be 1. It will be equal to N2 upon N1. What is N2? Sir, weight of solute upon molar mass of solute. Weight of solvent upon molar mass of solvent. So what is weight of solute? 20 gram. What is molar mass of glucose? 180. How much water I'm using? 500 gram. What is molar mass of water? 18. So this is definitely gone. This is 250 rupees. So 250 plus 1. So 47.1 upon PS is equal to 251. Right? So PS is nothing but 27.1 upon 251. Yes. P naught minus PS upon PS. This is minus 1. Yeah. So this will be 251. So okay. Just do some now. Into divide you have to do. So can you do into divide for me? Let me use this and give you an answer. So PS will be 47.1 divided by 251. It is 0.18. 0.18. What is my answer? It is 4. P naught minus PS upon PS. So P naught upon PS minus 1 is equal to N2 upon N1. Okay, I'm sorry, beta. I'm sorry. You have to do. No, black mystery. I'm sorry. Finally, black mystery is here. Actually, this is 1 upon 250, na beta? This is 1 upon 250. So, this is actually 47.1 upon PS minus 1 is actually 1 upon 250, na? So if that goes over there, so 1 upon 250 plus 1. So that into divide you have to do, and I guess once you do it, it is just closer. So value will be 46.9. I hope the into divide thing you can do. Yeah. Moving to the next one. Into divide beta, you have to be very religious with, because that actually makes your question correct or maybe wrong. So that is a deciding factor, and how to improve that deciding factor, practice more and more. Now, in which of the following reactions increase in pressure at constant temperature does not affect the equilibrium? Acha, you are increasing pressure. So how come, sir? If you increase pressure, reaction will shift in the direction where pressure will decrease. And where pressure will decrease will be decided by number of moles. So if you are having a case when it should not impact, that means delta Ng should be equal to 0, as in some difference in the gaseous moles of product minus reactant must be 0. Sorry sir, due to CS, yes, black mystery, no worries. I mean, no, just see the recording and I hope you will be served with whatever we want you to teach. No worries, no worries. So just you have to check where delta Ng is 0. So not 0, not 0. See, this is 2 minus 2. So here it is 0. So that definitely here you will have, yeah, black mystery is right. Answer is 4. Moving to the statement based questions, I mean integer type questions, which says the ratio of masses of methane and ethane. Methane is CH4 16, ethane is C2H6 12 30. The ratio of masses, so weight of methane upon weight of ethane is given out to be 4/5. The ratio of number of their molecules is x by y. So number of molecules of methane upon number of molecules of ethane is given out to be x by y. You have to tell me a basic mole concept logic, beta. So because number of molecules are equal, so number of moles will also be equal, because number of moles is equal to number of molecules upon Na. Na is a constant, so number of moles is directly proportional to number of molecules. And because I'm using number of moles, so I can also say that number of moles of methane will be upon number of moles of ethane will also, the ratio will also be x by y. And number of moles formula is weight of methane upon molar mass of methane, which is 16, into weight of ethane upon will come to the numerator, molar mass of ethane is 30. So x upon y is nothing but, just substitute the value 4/5 into 30/16. So this is 4, this is 6, this is 2, this is 3. So this is rather 3/2. What I have to report? Acha, value of x plus y. So 3 plus 2 is 5. Simple. Sir, why there no one shot correctly? Asif, the reason we are not pushing one shots is because first in the previous week we have come with the lives. We have skipped the lives also because the viewership were very less. So we thought that you students, and obviously you are not having that much of time. So from tomorrow we are coming with the lives only. And because we are coming with live, therefore not pushing shorts, because obviously we can understand by pushing the complete chapter one shots, it will be pushed, but for the students who are taking the paper on next year, because for you time matters, and for you therefore one shot is not relevant because of time shortage. So we'll be directly coming with most important question live. Like tomorrow at 5 p.m. Dipen sir will be coming. He'll be taking 1.5 hour, maybe 2 hours, and tomorrow I'll also be coming. So one maybe 2 hours or 1.5 hours he'll take some very important questions, and then after that I'll be also coming tomorrow for 2 hour session with all the important questions. I'll be dealing with physical chemistry tomorrow, so don't worry. Sir, I got only 80 in Jan. I want 97. Yes, beta. Okay, perfect. So first of all, Ramraj, best of luck. All my wishes are with you. You are going to do great. But before 4th of April, what you have is the number of days, and in those number of days, work. Sir, what to work? Do the questions. Wherever you are stuck, go to that specific theory, learn that theory, again start practicing question. Where is the place? Attempt these mocks, attempt the PYQs, attempt the most important questions. Everything is there in PWJ WhatsApp channel. So start preparing from here only. Whatever doubts you have, put them in the comment box. We'll be coming regularly. I mean, I'll be coming tomorrow. Dipen sir will be coming tomorrow. After that again, you'll be having. But you'll be having like a class, 1.5 hours, some good questions, and you can always ask doubt. So we'll be meeting for the coming few days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday we'll be having discussion. Then till Thursday we have planned. So don't worry. Now, Black Mystery, best of luck. 6th April. Good. Best of luck. Now, I hope we got the answer. Moving to the next one, which says, how many molecules given are more basic? Sir, aniline. Okay, that means lone pair of aniline cannot be easily donated. Why? Because it is there in conjugation with the ring. So definitely aromatic amines are a weaker bases than alkyl amine or ammonia. So we have to answer that how many are more basic. So sir, because this is once this, because this is having two lone pair of electrons, so obviously 2 is much more donor than 1. You will say, sir, this is also localized. Beta, once it gives out the lone pair or whatever it does as a base, you are having two different sides. So there are two donor species. It is having only one donor species. This is delocalized to the whole benzene. This is just delocalized over here, over one pi cloud. But still leave that also. What I'm saying is, two donor are always a better donor than one. Point done. So this is a stronger base. Yes, this is a stronger base. Obviously, yes. Are acha, here there are three donor. I'm sorry. This is huge. This is strongest. Yes, it is having two donors. Obviously, this is also strongest. This is alkyl amine. All alkyl amine are strong base than ammonia. So yes, ammonia is definitely, because this is localized, that is not localized. But yes, ammonia is a weaker base than alkyl amines. Now, this nitrogen is also not there in the conjugation. So this is also an alkyl amine, not an aromatic. So yes. No. Now this carbonyl is a strong electron withdrawing group. So therefore this will withdraw electron to the largest capacity, even higher than this benzene ring. So only this is weakest. So how many of them are strongest? All the 5 except this one. So 5 is your answer. I hope we are done. Admit card will be released soon, beta. You have your city intimation. So if a city is having more than one center, then the center will also not be visible to you. It can only be visible to you once you have your admit card. So city you must have been clarified, and the date. So best of luck with that only. Sir, the site can be opened if you try hit. Okay. Reshma is saying the site can be opened if you try it in the morning. Yes, beta, sometimes if the students all the time they are rushing into the site, just hold for an hour. And yes, in the odd time, you can definitely have the site working. So don't worry. Don't worry. Now, the next question says, what is the sum of position number assigned to bromine atom while numbering the parent chain according to IUPAC? Okay, I have to now this is a for a practice level, this is a good question. Do the numbering and add the positions and give the answer. So a classic case of IUPAC. So let us number the ring. Now here multiple bond should be given the minimum number, and because I'm having a branch over there here, so one will be definitely coming over here. So 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, because multiple bond has to be given the lowest number. So either it can be 1, 2 or 1, 2. Sir, why you have not done 1, 2, 3? That way bromine will be getting 3, because in that case 1 at first position you will not be having any branch, and branching numbering should be done with the lowest point of reference. So one should have a branch, because numbering this as 1 is giving 1 a branch also. Therefore this is the right numbering. A good question for this one. What about this again? Because both the ways you can have 1, 2. So either now do 1, 2, because now bromine will be getting 3. The other way around, 3 will be coming over here. So 1, 2 is getting tight. So now giving 3 to bromine. Similarly, now 1 is branch over here only, 1 is branch over here also, because multiple bond has to get the minimum number. But why I'm giving 1 over here? Because this is bromo starting with a B, this is methyl starting with an M, because B comes first, therefore that is 1, this is 2. And here this is also 1, 2, because again the multiple bond and the branch at 1. So 3, 4 and 5. Now we have seen the positions. So let us add the positions. So this is 6 plus 3 plus 1 plus 5. That means 15. 15 is your answer. Moving to the next question, which says the number of sigma and pi bonds in borazine. Borazine is nothing but inorganic benzene. So this inorganic benzene is nothing but assembly of boron and nitrogen, because this is B3, N3, H6. So there are still some P block, S block basics which is asked to you, considering them as your chemical bonding logic. So certain important points you should know. So what is borazine? This is borazine, inorganic benzene having alternate positioning of boron and nitrogen. So let us boron, nitrogen, boron, nitrogen, boron, nitrogen. So like a benzene ring, first I'm forming this. Now, what about the alternate positioning? Sir, alternate positioning is happening. Why? Because after this, okay, I'm sorry. Let me just write hydrogens also for you, because just like benzene, it is having hydrogens on each atom. Now come your chemical bonding basic, which says that nitrogen is a Lewis base and boron, after forming 3 electrons, is still not having complete octet. So this makes it a Lewis acid. And because the Lewis basicity and acidity can be satisfied, so why bother? Make the back bonding, which rather forms the pi bond. So how many sigma bonds I'm having? 6 and 6, 12. So sigma bonds I'm having 12 and pi bonds I'm having 3. 12 and 3 is definitely 15, and your answer. Moving to the last question. Sir, I am planning for double drop, but social media demotivated me for double drop. No chance for IIT exams. So NIT and triple IT, less power is it, sir? Beta, this, Tushar, it is all dependent on you. If you ask me what you feel from within, there is a very famous statement. You stand with yourself in a room, toss a coin. After tossing a coin, when the coin is at the top, your heart will tell you what you want. Yes. But it should not be only an emotional call. So first, make the pros and cons. If you have already made the pros and cons for you, and you have compared it with a mature person, which a professionally mature person, and if for you it is having a tie, don't go to social media. If for you, uh, with your professionally mature person, he may be your father, your brother, your teacher, your mentor, anybody, but yes, pros and cons analysis. If it is tying for you, that array, sir, this is also okay, this is also okay, then do the toss. And the toss, when do not rely on the result. When this coin will be on the air, your heart is going to tell you what you want. I hope, Tushar. So this is entirely up to you, my friend. Package, do not worry. I mean, those all are the results, beta. First, you should focus that whether you can give one more year. If answer is actually coming yes, then give it a shot. Give it a shot. Yeah. Chalo. Moving to the last question. The last question says number of complexes which will exhibit synergic bonding. Now, what is the synergic bonding? Sir, carbonyl group, because carbon is having this excess of electrons, so this can be sigma bonded to the empty orbital of metal, but the electrons, this is an empty orbital, but the electrons that are already present in the d filled d orbital of metal, they can be back bonded to the empty pi stick of the carbonyl group, of the CO group, the molecular orbital of the carbon monoxide species can receive back those paired electron into their empty pi stick orbital, molecular orbital. So this creates a rather back bond effect, which increases the bond order, and therefore bond becomes strong. This is simply known as the synergic bonding, which can take place whenever you have metal carbonyls, because here also I'm having, here also I'm having, and here also, in all the three we are having metal carbonyl bonds. Therefore, how many of them can show you synergic bondings? Are all of them. So a rather attemptable question. So this finishes our chemistry discussion. Tushar, beta, actually beta, we need a very thorough discussion for that. But if you ask me simply, if you are ready to take a drop, one more drop, as in you are ready to give 100, your 100%, then you should. And one of the option that I'm giving you right now is PWJ English WhatsApp channel. Join our Prayas batch, and we'll be meeting regularly, and then definitely your job will be done. So I'm ending from my side. Over to Deepen sir. All the best, guys. All the very best, everybody.
Hello, hi, namaskar everyone. Just give me a quick update. Am I clearly visible and audible, all the participants? So here we are with our analysis of mathematics section of your rank booster mock test 11. So let us get started with the discussion with our analysis. So here we go straight away with our question number 1. What do we see here in this question? We see the general solution of this x dy by dx y minus x 10y by x. Now, the moment we see this, I hope you all realize it very clearly that this could become, or this is going to be, a homogeneous differential equation. Now, how do I create it like this? I hope you all can see it very clearly. If I divide both the sides by x, I'll have dy by dx is equal to y by x, that is y by x by x is 1, so that is minus 10 y by x. Everybody understanding this comfortably? Now all we do is, good evening everyone, all we do is y by x we replace by v, which means y we replace by vx, which means if I differentiate both the sides, I'll have dy by dx as derivative of first function, that is dv by dx, second function as it is, plus first function as it is, derivative of x will be 1. So that will be the substitution which I'll make. That's good to have you both, all the participants who are watching it live right now. Now I'll make the substitution. What do I do? Dy by dx I'll substitute by this, which is x dv by dx plus v, of course. I hope you can see it very clearly. Y by x we replaced by v, so that's your v, minus 10y by x, that's 10v. Everybody comfortably understanding this? I hope there is nothing much is needed to be discussed. V and v are cancelled, so what are we left? I take this dx and x there and 10v here, so it becomes 10v dv by 10v here on this left hand side. Comfortably understanding everyone? I hope there is no confusion on that. And here, what does it become? It becomes dx by x. Everybody give me a quick response. Understanding this? Okay, now here, when I go ahead with this discussion proceeding further, I hope you can clearly see 10v becoming what? Sec v? Sorry, cot v. Or in a simpler language, if you don't remember the integration of cot v, what you can do is 10v you can replace by sin v by cos v. So it becomes cos upon sin v. I hope you're understanding. So it becomes cos v by sin v dv is equal to what? Dx by x. I hope you are understanding it clearly. Why am I doing this? So this integration when you do, I hope you're realizing, we all can see this very clearly, that 1 upon x is clearly ln x. So here on the right hand side, it will be ln of mod of x plus c. I'll take that as ln c just because of a reason, because here also I'll get the integration in terms of ln only, so that the operation on this c becomes simpler. With that, what I'll do is, if I take sin v as t, so we know cos v dv is dt, so this is dt upon t, that is ln sin v. I hope you're understanding it. So it will be ln mod of sin v. But what was v? Sir, v was y upon x. So can I write it directly as ln of sin of y upon x? Give me a quick update on this. Everybody participated. Hey Dipendra sir, before April 13, what all chapters in class 11 should I study before class 12th? Let me rephrase this. Before April 13th. Before April 13th. Why before April 13th? What all chapters in class 11 should I study before class 12th? Okay, so you're asking that if you're going into class 12th, then before entering into class 12th, what all chapters you should cover? Okay, I understood your question. So in that case, all I'll say is that we'll do the bridge course. I think there is already a live going on regarding that bridge course announcement. So we'll do a required prerequisite, definitely will be done. Don't worry about that. So I think you need not worry about that. And even if you're missing something, just check it by yourself that which topics do you need clarity upon, or with which topics do you feel that you're weak at. I think that will give you more clarity. If you think that these are the topics you should revise, where you need more consolidation, go with that. I cannot recommend or prescribe, in a generalized manner. Everything is equally important. We all know that. So you decide which topics do you feel bad at. Do a revision of those topics. Understood? So here, I think what are we given? I think we have gotten the general solution. Log m plus log n. I hope I need not tell you. It will be mod of sine of pi by x here on the left hand side. And here log m log n, that is ln xc. So anti-log, when you take this log and this log are removed, that is xc. And accordingly, you can mark the correct option, which is definitely not a tough or a challenging task. Have you all understood this? Can I move ahead from here? Now the next question. The radius of a right circular cylinder. So right circular cylinder, when comes into picture, I hope you understand that here the volume is going to be pi r square h, right? That's the volume. Everybody knows that. Disk is pi r square. You multiply it by height, you get the volume at a constant rate. Okay, so radius is changing. Its altitude is a linear function of radius. Altitude is a linear function of radius and increases 3 times as fast as radius. Okay, so what are we told? Its altitude, let's call it h, is a linear function of radius. So change in h with respect to, of course, time is triple of change in radius with time. First of all, did you get that? Definitely, we are talking about the students who are entering into 12th only. We are doing a bridge course for you. So if I get back to it, what are we told? Altitude is a linear function of the radius and increases 3 times as fast as the radius. So triple of the rate of radius is the change in altitude or the height of this cylinder, right? So when the radius is 1 centimeter, the altitude is 6 centimeter. Okay, let's talk about that. Now, here, pay attention to this. If I integrate both the sides, dt and dt can be removed. So here you are having dh is equals to 3 dr. And if I'm integrating both these sides, I'm having h is equals to 3r plus that constant of integration. Now, to get rid of this c, what are we given? When the radius is 1 centimeter. So when r is 1, the altitude is 6. So when r is 1, the altitude is 6. And because of that, we get the value of c. We get c as 3. Which means the relationship between h and r is going to be that h is equals to 3r plus c, that is 3. Everybody got that? Can I move ahead from here? Now, what else are we told? When the radius is 6 centimeter, the volume is increasing at the rate of 1 centimeter cube per second. Okay, so let's talk about dv by dt, right? So here, if I differentiate it with respect to time, so dv by dt turns out to be how much? Can I make a substitution? Can I keep this entire expression in terms of r? So h, when substituted by 3r plus 3, what does it become? So v here becomes pi r square. Now h is what? 3r plus 3. So that I substitute by 3r plus 3. And here when you take this 3 common, what does it become? It becomes 3 pi r square, and there inside you are having r plus 1. If you want to multiply it again further, you should. Any geometry with end points it's 1 by 3 has not top converging, then 1 by 3 not present. Yaksh, first of all, I did not understand your concern, but if I could understand what you're trying to say is that there is a difference between pyramid and a prism. So prism are all those kind of structures which converge at the top, and pyramids are, sorry, I'm saying opposite. Pyramid, let me try and give you a simple example. Let's say this shape here, I hope you can see it very clearly. This shape here is also example of prism. Although it looks like a cuboid, it is indeed a cuboid, but here it has a square base or a rectangular base. So when it is stretched parallel to its, vertices here, then it is called a prism, a type of a prism. And if it is converged, let's say this is a shape which is converged on the top, so it is getting converged. This is called prism. So always remember, volume for a prism and a pyramid does not differ very much. Let's say here, if I wish to define volume, so volume of this prism is always given by area of the base multiplied by height. But if I wish to define the volume of this pyramid, then the only change here which will be brought here is 1 by 3 times area of the base multiplied by height. Which height, students? The height which you draw from this convergent point to the base. So that's the only change. Will you remember that? The difference between prism and pyramid. So prism can be any sort of prism. All it depends is what kind of base are you choosing. It can have a square base or a triangular base or a circular base. So depending on that, there can be any kind of prism. So all these shapes, cylinder, cube, cuboid, they are, sub versions of or subsets of prism only. And what do I mean by pyramid? There can be any base, and if it is getting converged, then it is called pyramid. I hope you understood that. Yaksh, I hope I'm answering your concern. Now with that, if I get back to this, all I was saying was that if I multiply this 3 pi r square inside, I'll have 3 pi r cube plus 3 pi r square. Everybody got that? Now when I try and figure out dv by dt, I'll differentiate this. So 3 pi r cube when differentiated, it gives you 9 pi r cube becomes r square dr by dt. I hope you are realizing I'll get dr by dt here as well in the other term as well. So I'll take that dr by dt other. So no, tetrahedron. Yes, tetrahedron is again a pyramid with triangular base. Now 3 pi r square is 6 pi r, and this whole will get multiplied by dr by dt. Everybody got that? Now from here, what are we told? When the radius is 6 centimeters, so when the value of r is 6, the volume is increasing at the rate of 1 centimeter. So this dv by dt is 1. I hope you're understanding. And what is the value of r? R is given as 6. So this is 36. So this is 9 into 36 pi plus again 6 into 6, that is again 36 pi times dr by dt. Give me a quick confirmation on that. 36 pi can be taken common. 9 plus 1 is 10. So this is 360 pi. So from here, dr by dt is found to be 1 by 360 pi. That's the value of dr by dt. Everybody got this? Now that's not the question. What is the question then? Question says when the radius is 36 centimeter, the volume is increasing at what rate? That's what they are asking. So the volume increases at this rate. So dv by dt we already know. So if I put this dv by dt, or if I try to figure out this dv by dt, what do I get here? I hope you are paying attention to this. 9 pi r square plus 6 pi r. So 9 pi plus 6 pi. Okay, 9 pi r square. So that is 9 pi. And what is radius? Radius we are told is 36. So it should be 36 square. It should be 36 square plus we have 6 pi r. So that is again 6 pi r. That is how much? 36, right? This whole needs to be multiplied by what? Dr by dt, that is 1 by 360 pi. So this should be multiplied by 1 by 360 pi. Can you solve this by yourself? 36 are cancelled. Pi are cancelled. So I hope from here you can simplify this and get the answer. Will you do that final calculation by yourself, or shall I tell you that? I hope you have understood the approach more importantly. Now from here, when I go ahead with the next question, Tushar is saying, sir, can you tell double is double for triple IT worth? I did not, why am I not understanding questions today? Is double for triple IT worth? What is double and what is, I'm not understanding your question. What is double which is worth for triple IT? I'm not getting your concern, Tushar. I'm getting back to this discussion here. The derivative of this with respect to this at x is equal to 0. So of course, this is again derivative of this function with respect to this function. So don't straight away start with differentiation. First, simplify this. So here, if I wish to simplify this, what I'll do is I'll substitute x by tan theta here, because I think I can see something here. So if I substitute here, let me call it fx, let me call it g of x. So first of all, I'm working on f of x, right? So here, if I'm working on this, here I'm substituting x by tan theta. So it becomes tan inverse, right? 1 plus tan square theta is sec square theta. That is mod sec theta, but here we don't consider that. So I'll have sec theta. So sec theta minus 1 by tan theta. Getting it, everyone? Now sec theta I can replace by 1 by cos theta. So here it becomes 1 by cos theta minus 1. So that is 1 minus cos theta by cos theta. Tan theta is also sin theta upon cos theta. So it also becomes sin theta. And that you write like this only. And here you have tan inverse. Just give me a second, students. Hold on for a while. Now, when I go ahead from here, okay, Tushar, I'll answer your query. Let me complete this question. So 1 minus cos theta, we all know it is always 2 sin square theta by 2, and this is 2 sin theta by 2 cos theta by 2. So here I hope you're understanding 2 sin theta by 2 is getting cancelled. So sin theta by 2 cos theta by 2, that is tan theta by 2. So I can write this entire expression as tan theta by 2, where tan inverse and tan are nullified and you're left with theta by 2. Everybody understood that? Or shall I re-explain this part? All the participants. Okay, Yaksh, I totally get this. Now here, when I go ahead from here, let's talk about this. If I substitute this x by sin theta for a while, so what do I get? Tan inverse of, right, 2 Sine theta, 1 minus sine square theta is cos theta, so that is cos theta upon what? 1 minus 2 sine square theta. Are you all listening and understanding that? We all know in the numerator it is sine 2 theta, in the denominator it is cos 2 theta. So sine 2 theta upon cos 2 theta is tan 2 theta, so that is tan inverse tan 2 theta, right? And there I get it as 2 theta. So this g of x we receive as 2 theta. Everybody understood that. Now can you not differentiate it? This is your g of x or g theta you can call it. Why am I calling it? Yes, and this is going to be your. So one final change is also needed to be brought here. Pay attention to this. Here I substituted x by tan theta. So here if x got substituted by tan theta, we know theta will be tan inverse x. I hope you're understanding it very clearly. Theta will be tan inverse x. So it should be tan inverse x by 2. Everybody understanding this? Or shall I repeat this part? And here it is 2 theta. But here x got substituted by sine theta. So theta will be sine inverse x. So it should be 2 times sine inverse x. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now from here, we'll do the differentiation. I hope that's a simple part. That's an easy part because here, f of x, when needed to be differentiated with respect to g of x, what I'll do is parametric differentiation with respect to x. So here, I hope you're understanding. Derivative of this divided by derivative of this, both respect to x, will be my final answer. So ddx of tan inverse x by 2 whole divided by ddx of 2 sine inverse x will be our final answer, and in that final answer I'll substitute x by 0. I hope you're understanding it. So there I do one more task. Tan inverse x, the derivative can I write on the next page? I hope you're comfortable with that. So here tan inverse x is 1 upon 1 plus x square. 2 is already there, so it will be 1 by 2 times 1 plus x square, getting it everyone, whole divided by derivative of 2 times sine inverse x. So 2 is already there. Sine inverse x means what? I hope you're understanding. 1 upon under root over 1 minus x square. But what are we asked? This derivative they ask at x is equal to 0. So x is equal to 0 you put and you get the final answer, which is not a tough or a challenging task. From here, let's solve the next question. This one. If a square plus b square plus c square is equal to minus 2, f of x is given by this, then f of x is a polynomial of what degree? Okay, let's try and solve this. I hope you can see one operation. If I try to think or try to perform, that operation could be, hold on for a while students. If simple operation I'm thinking of performing is that I am doing C1 is equal to C1 plus C2 plus C3. I hope you all can see that. Now when you do that, what happens is 1 plus a square x, 1 plus, sorry, x plus b square x plus x plus c square x. I repeat, 1 plus x plus x. I hope you're paying attention to that. So 1 plus x is what? 2x. 1 plus x plus x. But here a square x plus b square x plus c square x. If I take x common, so a square plus b square plus c square times x. A square plus b square plus c square is minus 2. So it is minus 2 times x actually. And 2x minus 2x is clearly 0. So that leaves me with 1. Tushar is saying, sir, please consider my doubt after this. Can you tell double draw for triple IT? Tushar, it depends on your caliber. What percentile have you gotten? What are you targeting in the April attempt? The attempt which is yet to be there, which you haven't attempted yet. So there are a lot of parameters which are there. So you just cannot take a call at such an early stage. You still have the April attempt. You still can do or perform better there, and you must have been preparing for this, right? So at least give it a try with your full focus. Then I think we'll be in a better position to decide, right? Now, if I get back to this, I'll say that column 1 plus column 2 plus column 3. So in the second row, it will be again same. I hope you're realizing, because same addition is getting performed. 1x, so that is again 2x. I hope you're realizing. Then what I have, a square x plus b. I hope you're understanding. Plus 1 is already there. Because this one, then a square x, b square x, c square x, that is again minus 2x. So minus 2x plus 1 is again 1. Similarly, the same thing will be here. So I can write a 1 directly here. So that 1 comes here. I hope you're understanding it. Now, here, I'm left with 1 plus b square x. Can I write it as x plus b square x? And this is 1 plus c square x. whole x. This is 1 plus b square x. It will get confusing. Rather, I'll keep it like this only. 1 plus b square whole of x, 1 plus c square whole of x. Then you have 1 plus b square x, 1 plus c square whole of x. Then you have 1 plus b square whole of x, and then 1 plus c square x. I hope you are realizing the moment we see 1, 1, 1, I think one more operation can be performed. That will be what? From row 1 if I subtract row 2, and from row 2 if I subtract row 3. So here I'm performing one more operation, that in row 2 I'm doing row 1 minus row 2. So let's quickly do that. So row 1 remains intact. What do you see in row 1? Row 1 becomes what? 1 plus b square whole times x, and that is 1 plus c square whole times x. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right? Now, there. Row 1 minus row 2. So 1 minus 1, that's 0. Pay attention to this part. This is x plus b square x. This is 1 plus b square x. So from this, if I'm subtracting this, b square x are cancelled. That leaves you with x minus 1. So here, I get x minus 1. Everybody understanding this? This and this becomes clearly 0. Now here, I'll perform one more operation, that in row 3, if from row 2, if I subtract row 3, I think I'll get something decent again. What do I mean by that? 1 minus 1, that gives you 0 here. Then again, b square x are cancelled. So 1 minus x I'll get here. So I'll get 1 minus x from here. And that is again, what do I get here? C square x are cancelled. So there I get x minus 1. There I get x minus 1. I think we have gotten the final answer, because with respect to the first column, if I expand it, this 1 into this minus this. So x minus 1 whole square is what I get. So that's my final answer, x minus 1 whole square. And we all know x minus 1 whole square is nothing but a quadratic of quadratic, which means a polynomial of degree 2. Let's focus on the next question. What does it say? Set A says x comma y, where a to the power x is equals to a to the power y, and a is greater than 0, a is not 1. So when somebody says that a is greater than 0, a is not equal to 1, where it contains all the elements x comma y, that means it contains those elements only which are equal to y is equals to x, where x and y are equal. Because if a is negative, a is not negative, a is clearly positive, a is not even 0, a is not even 1, which means the only possibility, if a to the power x is equals to a to the power y, that will be happening only when y and x are same. Are you getting this? Everybody. Now from here, we know that set A is nothing but y is equals to x. What is set B? Set B is x y is equals to 1. That's rectangular hyperbola. We all know that. So here, if I try and plot these two graphs to get more clarity about that, rectangular hyperbola goes like this. So that's here, x y is equals to 1. But when I talk about the other case means what? Other case means x y is equals to 1. Sorry, y is equals to x. So that's your other line. So first of all, I can clearly see only 2 points where these two curves are intersecting. I hope you can also notice that. So statement 1, option 1 says A intersection B is set B, no. A intersection B is set A, no. Number of elements in B, no, because both are infinite sets. So number of elements cannot be compared. So A and B are non-comparable, option D. Everybody got that? I hope something very simple and easy it was. Question number 6, if I put my focus upon the equations of the lines which pass through point 3 comma minus 2 and are inclined at 60 degree to this line. Okay. Something really simple and easy. Let's assume the line which we are trying to look for is having slope m. So if that line is having slope m, so tan 60 will be given by mod m1 minus m2 upon 1 plus m1 m2. So m1 is what we are trying to figure out, minus m2. So slope of this line is what? I hope you're realizing. Minus a upon b. So that is minus root 3. So m1 minus m2 upon 1 plus m1 m2. So m1 is m, but m2 is minus root 3. So it should be minus root 3m. Everybody got this? Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now from here, tan 60 is this. But what is tan 60? We know that is root 3. So if I substitute this by root 3, I get two things here. So I'll take plus minus so that I get two values of m. You can square both the sides so that you can get rid of this modulus, or you can take plus minus. So if I'm taking plus minus, it gives me m plus root 3 upon 1 minus root 3m is equal to plus minus root 3. Everybody understanding this? Shall I move ahead from here? Now, when I go ahead, what do we see? I hope you are paying attention to this. 1 I'll take plus sign once, I'll take minus sign once. But before I do so, or let me do that first. So when you take plus sign, this will be plus root 3. And when you take minus sign, it will be m plus root 3 divided by 1 minus root 3m is equal to minus root 3. Now, 1 minus root 3m when multiplied to root 3 gives you what? Gives you m plus root 3 is equal to root 3 minus 3m. Are you listening and understanding? Here it is m plus root 3. It is m plus root 3 is equal to minus root 3 plus 3m. Give me a quick confirmation on this. Everybody with me on this? Now here, I hope you can see it very clearly that here, this root 3 are cancelled. So 3m plus m, which is 4m is equals to 0, that gives you m is equal to 0. Here, if I solve this, yes. So m goes to the other side, root 3 comes here. So this becomes 2 root 3 on the left hand side, and it becomes 3m minus m, that is 2m, right? So this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. So here I get m to be root 3. So two values of m we receive. So I think we have two values of m. Sir, we should take minus sign as the point 3 minus 2 is in the fourth quadrant. No, Niladrinath, you cannot take it like this. 3 comma minus 2 with a 3 comma minus 2, wherever it is. Let's say wherever it is. First of all, x is positive, y is negative. So that's fourth quadrant. So in fourth quadrant, you can have a line passing like this or like this. So both possibilities are there, obtuse angle or acute angle or whatever you're given. I hope first of all you're able to digest that statement. Everybody with me on this? So both possibilities are there. Are you getting it? So here I have two possibilities, m is equals to 0 and m is equals to root 3. What are we told? That the line is passing through 3 comma minus 2. But here, when m is turning out to be 0, it means what? The line is parallel to the x-axis. I hope you're understanding. So there is a line which is parallel to the x-axis and it is passing through 3 comma minus 2. I hope you can write its equation without any hesitation. Because if it is parallel to the x-axis, what is constant here? Y will remain same, y will remain fixed. So that means its equation is always going to be y is equals to minus 2. That's one of the possibilities. I hope you're understanding it. So that I think is given in option A, y is equals to minus 2. Now let's verify or validate this line as well. I hope you're understanding it. That you can create by this m is equals to root 3. So here the other equation will be y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to m. So with this, after simplification of this, you can write the final answer. Will it be a tough task? I hope everybody got that. I hope everybody is understanding that. Can I move ahead from here? All the participants. Now let's solve the next question. What do we see? x1, x2, x3 are the roots of the equation. So this is the equation. Then 44 times x1 plus x2 plus x3. Okay, so this has three roots. So we need not bother about those roots. All I'll say is that here, can I rewrite this equation, this whole equation as 2 to the power 33, right? So 2 to the power, can I write it as 11x to the power 3? Pay attention to this part, what I'm doing. Pay attention to this part I'm doing. Can I write it like this? First of all, give me a quick confirmation on that. 2 to the power 11x whole raised to the power 3. So this is 33x. Minus 2 means what? 2 to the power 2. Sorry, this is not 2. This is 2 to the power 2. So this is 2 to the power 2, which is of course 4. Everybody with me on this? Yes, perfect. That's brilliant observation. Now here plus, this is again nothing but what? 2 to the power 11x plus 2 means what? Multiplied by 2. So that 2 I'll keep aside. This if I bring on the left hand side, I'll have 2 to the power 22x. Again, I'll take it as 2 to the power 11x whole square. And here it is 2 square actually. And that should be, it should be 2 to the power 1. Plus 1 also, if I bring on the left hand side, it becomes minus 1. Give me a quick confirmation. Are all the steps understood by everyone? Or shall I rewrite them? Let me just cross check them. 4 here, 2 square here. Here it should be simply 2 and then minus 1. I hope everybody is with me. Now what I do is, again, as suggested by some students in the comments, 2 to the power 11x, if I'm taking as t, that's good, then multiplied by 4. Perfect observation. So with that, I think my job is done, because it will be t cube by 4. Then you have plus 4 into, can I write that step here? That is minus 2 into t square, then plus 4 into t minus 1 is equal to 0. Let me rewrite this. T cube by 4 minus 2t square, then this is 4t minus 1. So if I multiply both these sides by 4, what do I get? I hope you're paying attention to this. This is t cube minus 4 into 2, 8t square, plus 4 into 4, 16t, minus what? 1 is equal to, sorry, minus 4 is equal to 0. Give me a quick confirmation on this. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion so far. Can I move ahead from here, students? Now, from here, what do we do next? I hope the task is simple. The task is easy. What are we asked? x1 plus x2 plus x3. Can you help me with the value of t1 into t2 into t3? Why am I asking so? You'll realize it very soon. But if I say, let's say this equation has three roots, t1, t2, t3. So what will be the product of the roots taken all three at a time, which means t1 times t2 times t3. So we know sum of the roots taken one at a time minus of this upon this. Then sum of the roots taken two at a time plus of this upon this. Sum of the roots taken three at a time minus of this upon this. So that should be minus of minus 4. That is 4. Everybody with me on this? Sir, I find it difficult to factorize cubic equation. What should I do? Hit and trial is there. First of all, Adrina, mostly. Otherwise, there are some more methods. But as of now, I think this question does not require any factorization. So here, there are some observations also, Descartes rules as well, to figure out the solutions. But otherwise, they wouldn't ask you some very tricky or some very, confusing questions based on cubic or biquadratic. So here, if I simply say that t1, t2, t3, what will be the values of t1, t2, t3? We know t1 will be 2 to the power 11 x1. So this will be 2 to the power 11 x1 into 2 to the power 11 x2 into 2 to the power 11 x2. So when base are same, powers are added, so it will be 2 to the power 11 times x1 plus x2 plus x3. That we have received as 4, which is 2 square. So from here, by comparing this, I hope you can get the final answer, which is not a tough task. Everybody understood that? Can I move ahead from here, all the participants? Now with that, when I go ahead, next question. 6, 13, 25, 8 are the foci of a hyperbola. So if this is a focus S, this is, let's say, S dash, and this hyperbola passes through a point 1, 1. So what do I know? Yes, you need not take logarithm, Nilatrinath. I think it is already understandable. Yes, logarithm is being taken first of all, but yes, this power is equal to this power, because otherwise we don't have any other choice. So here, all we are told is that there is an ellipse. Okay, so there is an ellipse. So in this ellipse, if there are foci S and S dash, we know one thing for sure, that if there is a point P on this hyperbola, sorry, it is hyperbola, or sorry, it is hyperbola, it's not an ellipse. Even if it is hyperbola, something for sure you know is what? If it is a hyperbola, then also, let's say there you have the foci S, S dash, and if there is a point P, then what do we know? S dash P and SP. S dash P and SP, the difference, S dash P and SP, the difference I'm saying, so whichever is greater, you take that, will be equal to its this length 2a. I hope you are understanding it. You do remember this property. And that's how you write the equation of the hyperbola in terms of locus. That is also one of the ways through which you write the equation of the hyperbola. So here, if I go ahead with this, S dash P. So S dash P will be the distance of 6, 13 from 1, 1. I hope you can figure that out. So 6 minus 1 is 5, 5 square is 25. 13 minus 1 is 12, 12 square is what? 144. So that is 169, that is 13. SP, if I try and find out, 25, 8, 1, 1. So 25 minus 1, that is 24. Mistakes are hyperbola. Yes, I got that. Sir, is the tangent part totally removed? They say it is removed, Aditya, but I will say that they keep on asking. Because if they say that it is removed from calculus, why is it there in coordinate? And if it is there in coordinate, why should we not have any other method to solve it? So if you can learn it from calculus and apply it in the coordinate and get the answers more quickly, then why should you not learn it? Got my point, Aditya? Now here, getting back to this, you have this 24 and 8, sorry, 24 and 20, sorry, 24 and 7. So with the 24 and 7, you know, that is again simply doable, because 24 square is what? 484. Or even if you don't do it, Pythagorean triplet you can use. So can I directly use the Pythagorean triplets only? I have an understanding. There I should have used mod, but I did not deliberately told you that whichever is greater minus lower you'll do. I hope you got that. So here, this one, 6 and 13 gives you what? 5 and 12. I hope you remember that. So with 5, 12, you get the Pythagorean triplet as 13. And with this 24 and 7, you get the Pythagorean triplet, that is what? 25. So there you get 25. So 25 minus 13 is what you get as 2a. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now what are we asked? The eccentricity of the hyperbola. So from here 25 minus 13 is 12. So there you get a as or rather 2a as 12. I hope you are comfortable with that. Any confusion so far? Everybody with me? I hope there is no doubt on that. Now what I do next is, first of all, sorry, it is 12. Why am I writing it as 16? Now one more thing we know is that here, please pay attention. If I try and figure out the distance between S and S dash, if I try and figure out the distance between S and S dash, that is always 2AE. I hope you remember that. I hope you do remember that. So here, if I figure out the distance between S and S dash, so 25 minus 6 is how much? 19. Everybody with me on this? So 25 minus 6 is what? 19. So here you'll have 19 square. That is what S dash I'm writing. Pay attention to this. Plus what do I have? 19 square. Then 8 and 13. That is 7. Correct me if I'm wrong. 25, 6, 19, 19 square and 8 and 13 is how much? That is 7, I believe so. No, it's not 7. What am I doing? 13 and 8, right? So it should be 5 basically. Correct me if I'm wrong. And with 5, we have 25. So with 19 square plus 5 square, you get S dash. Everybody with me on this? Now, all I'm saying is that we are asked eccentricity. Now, what is S dash? S dash is 2AE. So if 2AE is divided by 2A, if 2AE is divided by 2A, you are left with E only, which means under root over 19 square plus 5 square you do in the end. That is what you get. Divided by 12 will be your final answer. Everybody got that? Or shall I re-explain this part? All the participants with me? Everybody with me on this? Can I move ahead from here? The next part which we solve further will be this question. A bag contains 17 markers with numbers 1 to 17. I hope I can skip the calculation part, believing that conceptual part needs to be revised. 17 markers with numbers 1 to 17. A marker is drawn at random and then replaced. Understand the event. A marker is drawn at random and then replaced, right? Second marker is drawn. Then find the number of ways so that first number is even and second is odd. So first of all, great. That's brilliant, Nilatrinath. Now here, pay attention to this. All I'm saying is 1 to 17, how many numbers are even and how many numbers are odd? So I'll say 1, 3, 5 and so on until 17. These are your odd numbers. 2, 4, 6 until 16. These are your even numbers. Everybody getting that? I hope no confusion on that. So here if I try and define the number of odd numbers. So here I can clearly see that 17 can be written as 2 into 9 minus 1. So these are how many? I think 9 odd numbers I'm having. And similarly, 16 is what? 2 into 8. So there are 8 even numbers. I repeat, there are 9 odd numbers, because odd numbers, if they are starting with 1, can always be written as 2n minus 1 when n is the index. So that is 17, which is 2 into 9 minus 1. And there is 16, which is 2 into 8. So that 8 is depicting that there are 8 even numbers. Everybody got that? Can I move ahead from here? Now what are we told? Find the number of ways so that first number is even and second is odd. So first is even. So 1, 8C1, and then the numbers are replaced, the markers are replaced. So again, there are same number of markers inside, but second one we want to be an odd. So if we want it to be an odd, so odd means what? 9C1. So your answer will be 8 into 9. Everybody got that? Can I move ahead from here, all the participants? Now, Z be a complex number such that mod Z is 1. So whenever somebody says mod Z is 1, mod Z square is also 1, which means ZZ bar is 1, which means I can always take Z as 1 by Z bar. We have been discussing it a lot many times. So always remember this conclusion that whenever there is a unimodular complex number, its conjugate is reciprocal to it. Now, if I try and solve this, what are we given here? That is given as 2 plus k square z upon what? K plus z bar. So this z bar I can replace by 1 by z is equal to what? Kz. That is what I'm given. This z, if I multiply here, it will be kz plus 1. And this z goes to the numerator, so it is 2z. It is 2z and k square z square. Now if kz plus 1 is multiplied here, on the left you have 2z plus k square z square, and here kz into kz, that is k square z square plus what? Kz. And if I simplify this, I think k square z square are cancelled. 2z is equals to kz, z and z are cancelled, so we receive k as 2 first of all. So I think we have cracked the value of k. Everybody got this? Yes, always. No, we were given mod z is 1. That's why I assumed it like this. Good. Now here, if I get back to this, there is a complex number k plus ik square. So k is 2. So it should be 2 plus k square is what? 4. So it is 2 plus 4i. That's a complex number. And its distance from this. And this distance should be maximum. Now if you look at it, z minus z naught is equals to r. So that's a circle. So I hope you remember, if it is a circle, centered at 1 comma 2, I hope you can see it, centered at 1 comma 2, having radius 1, we all know how to find it. We need the distance to be maximum, whether it is inside or outside, we don't care. All we need is that here, let's say wherever it is, we know that, let's say if this point 2 comma 4 is somewhere here, I'm assuming it could be anywhere. I'm just trying to make you understand that, let's say if this 2 comma 4 point is over here, then the maximum distance will be this. So first of all, you find the distance between this point and the center of the circle and you add the radius to it, you will get the maximum distance. Do you remember that? So the maximum distance here is going to be what? 2 minus 1, that's 1, 1 square is 1. 4 minus 2, that's how much? 2, 4 minus 2 is 2, 2 square is 4. So that is the distance between this point and this center of the circle. And with the distance, if you add its radius, you'll get the maximum distance. If they ask you minimum distance, you subtract the radius. Do you remember that concept? Do you all remember that concept? So here you get the answer, root 5 plus 1. I hope you can mark it accordingly. Let's solve the next question. This is a standard, decent, simple category of questions where you apply this simple formula that cos 2 theta, you always substitute by 1 minus tan square theta upon 1 plus tan square theta. Do you remember that? So here if I try and solve this, how will I do it? It is from 0 to pi, 1 is 1, 5 plus 4 cos x, right? So 5 plus 4, 1 minus tan square x by 2 divided by 1 plus tan square x by 2 and dx is there, right? Now 5 plus 5 tan square x by 2 plus 4 minus 4 tan square x by 2. So 5 plus 4, that's 9 in the denominator, plus 5 tan square x by 2 minus tan square x by 2, that minus 4 tan square x by 2, that leaves you with 1 times tan square x by 2, that's the denominator. And this 1 plus tan square x by 2 comes in the numerator. So 1 plus tan square theta is sec square theta. So I'm replacing it by sec square x by 2. This integration needs to be done from 0 to pi. And that is dx. I hope it is now understandable whatever I've done so far and why did I do it. And whenever you see something like this is exactly what you should do every time. Now here, 10x by 2 if I take as t, I hope you are understanding. 10x by 2 if we take as t. So x by 2 means what? 0 to pi. So 0 to pi by 2 because x by 2 it is. So this is continuous between 0 to pi by 2. So I can do that substitution. Now here, 10x by 2 when differentiated, if I am taking it as t, it is sec square x by 2 is 1 by 2 dx dt. So it should be 2 dt. Comfortably understanding everything, everyone? So here, that's the part which we have received. So here the limits is 10 0 is 0, but 10 pi by 2 is infinity. So this is infinity approaching from right hand side. Dx is replaced sec square x by 2 dx is replaced by 2 dt. And in the denominator, what do we have? We have 9 plus t square. Correct me if I'm wrong. This should be 9 plus t square. Correct me if I'm making any mistakes. I hope this is how it should be done. Everybody with me on this. Now I hope you're understanding 1 upon a square plus x square is 1 upon a tan inverse x upon a. So it should be 2 times 1 upon a, that is 3, tan inverse x upon a, that is t by 3. And there you put the upper limit and lower limit, that is 0 to infinity. So I repeat this part very clearly. We get 2 by 3. Tan inverse infinity is again pi by 2. So that's pi by 2 minus tan inverse 0. You all know that is 0. And you can mark the correct answer, which should be pi by 3, option A. Everybody got that? Now next question. There is a small correction here first of all. What is that correction here? Let me make that correction first of all. It is PA here. It is PA here. So this should be PA plus PB plus PC. In the question paper it was correct. It got incorrect in the PPT. So points PQ are respectively the circumcenter and circumcenter of triangle ABC, of the triangle ABC. Is it all what we are given? Okay. So we are given a triangle first of all. Great. And in this triangle, I hope you know that for any triangle, let's say if it is A, it is B, and it is C. What is P? P is circumcenter and Q is orthocenter. Okay. P is circumcenter, Q is orthocenter. Okay, so what we know is we can take it like this. I hope you know that H, G, O. What is H, G, and O? Pay attention. H is your orthocenter. I hope you haven't forgotten that. G is always your centroid, and O is your circumcenter. I hope you remember that. These 3 points are always collinear for any circle except for an isosceles, because there they coincide. And here we know that centroid divides ortho and circumcenter in the ratio 2:1. Remember that? Now, I'll talk about that later, but as per this question, P is the circumcenter. So I take this O as P if you are comfortable with that. And Q is the orthocenter. So I'll take this I'll replace this H by Q. I hope you're okay with that. No confusions on that. Now, what are we asked? PA plus PB plus PC. So let's say here we have P, right? And P I am deliberately taking as origin so that my calculation stays simpler. So PA plus PB plus PC is what they are asking you. So can I take PA, PB and PC as a small a, small b and small c? I hope you're comfortable with that. So PA plus PB plus PC means what? We need to find A plus B plus C, right? Then this is something we are given, Q and P, the relationship between Q and P. I think we know something very important between Q and P. What do I mean by that? Here, we know that 2 times P plus 1 times Q divided by 3, I repeat, 2 times P plus 1 times Q divided by 3 should be G, the centroid. Are you all listening and understanding this? Here I can say one more thing, that 2P plus Q should be equal to 3G. Are you listening and understanding this as well? Everybody with me on this? No confusion on that. Now, one more thing I'm willing to say here is that here P is your origin. So origin into 2 doesn't matter. So can I say Q is equal to 3G? Q is equal to 3G. Or rather, yes, that's great. So Q we are finding as 3G. Everybody with me on this? Now, 3G means what? Is it not 3G? Because centroid is A plus B plus C by 3. So if I divide and multiply it by 3, I hope you are understanding, this entire expression is G. So that's 3G. So if this is 3G, that means it is Q. Now, in which option are we given Q? I think this, because P is your origin. So PQ will be Q. It's not 2PQ. Sir, why will it be? It's Q. It should be Q. Sir, can I first consider finding centroid then replacing by ratio form? Whatever you do, you'll finally get this answer. It doesn't matter whether you go ahead with this or the other approach. Arpan, it should be PQ. Did you get that? Arpan, it's not. It should not be 2PQ. Now here, let's solve this question. This is a good one. 4 cos 36. So there you need 2 values. First of all, cos 36 you should be aware of. So cos 36 is always given by root 5 plus 1 by 4. So when somebody says 4 cos 36, how do we write? We write 4 cos 36 degree as root 5 plus 1. Everybody comfortable with that? Now cot 7.5 degree. Can I write that as cos 7.5 degree upon sin 7.5 degree? Comfortable with that? Now one more thing I do, in the numerator and denominator I multiply by 2 cos 7.5 degree. So if I am multiplying it by 2 cos 7.5 degree, here also I'm doing that same. I hope you're okay with that. So 2 cos 7.5 degree multiplication I do in the numerator and denominator. So in the numerator it is 2 cos square theta. In the denominator it is 2 sin theta cos theta. Everybody listening and understanding that? So 2 sin theta cos theta is how much? That is sin 2 theta. So in the denominator it is sin 15 degree without any hesitation. I hope you remember 2 cos square theta is 1 plus cos 2 theta. I hope you do remember that. So it is 1 plus cos 2 theta. 1 plus cos 2 theta means what? Double of 7.5 degree, that is cos 15 degree. Do you all remember that? I hope there is no confusion on whatever I have done so far. Now with that, we know cos 15 is how much? Cos 15 is root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2. So it should be 1 plus root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2 whole divided by sin 15 is root 3 minus 1 divided by 2 root 2. So few values you should be aware of. I repeat, cos 15 is root 3 plus 1 by 2 root 2 and sin 15 is root 3 minus 1 by 2 root 2. Do you remember that? Now from here, when I go ahead, I think I need to simplify this. Can I do that simplification here if you're okay with that? So when I do that simplification, it is 2 root 2 plus root 3 plus 1, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 root 2 plus root 3 plus 1, and in the denominator it is root 3 minus 1, because 2 root 2, 2 root 2 are cancelled. If I do the rationalization, it is root 3 plus 1, denominator also gets multiplied by root 3 plus 1. So in the denominator it will be 3 minus 1, that's 2. So in the denominator we'll get 2. Numerator means what? 2 root 2 into root 3, that is 2 root 6, correct me if I'm wrong. Then 2 root 2 into 1, that's 2 root 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, 2 root into 1 is 2 root 2. This is root 3 into root 3. I hope we are going great. Root 3 into root 3, that is how much? 3. And root 3 into 1, that is root 3. We are running short of space now. What I'll do next is 1 into root 3, that is root 3. So this root 3 gets doubled, so it is 2 root 3. And 1 into 1 is 1. So 3 plus 1, can I write this 4 here? So this is plus 4 plus 2 root 3. If I divide this whole expression by 2, what I get is the final value we receive as root 6, right? Root 6 plus root 2 plus root 3 plus 2. 2 can I write as root 4 if you are comfortable with that? Yes, that's good, Niladrinath. Brilliant. Now here, I think it is root n1 plus root n2 plus root n3 plus root n4 plus root n5 plus root n6. This one I can replace by root 1. So if I am seeing that this plus this if I do, this plus this if I do, it is root 1 plus root 2 plus root 3 plus root 4 plus root 5 plus root 6. But what are we asked? n1 square plus n2 square plus n3 square. So that is clearly going to be what? 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square until 6 square. So you know that. So this is going to be 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square until 6 square, that you know. N plus 1, 2n plus 1 divided by 6. What is n? N is 6 here. So your answer will be n plus 1, 2n plus 1 divided by 6. I hope option B should be marked. Everybody got that? Any confusions on this conclusion? All you need to remember is these values. Which values, students? First value should be this, cos 36. Please don't forget that. Second value is cos 15 degree. Don't forget that. Third value is sine 15 degree. Please keep these values at your fingertips. You may require them at any time, anywhere in the question. Moving ahead, let's solve this question. Again, an interesting one, an easy one if you just look at the right steps. So delta R, I'm redefining first of all, then I'll look for this operation, right? So in order to define delta R, what I'll do is, can I take R common from here? So when I take this R common from the first column, I'm left with R minus 1. I'm left with 1 here and I'm left with R here. This is 2 times R plus 2 here. That is 1 here and that is 4R here. Then you have 2015 here. And this is minus 6 here and that's 0 here. One more thing I'm thinking of doing, R can be taken common from the third row as well. So when you do that, this makes it 1. This makes it 4 and this here leaves you with 0. So that R, when taken common from the third row, leaves you with the R square. Everybody got this? Now this R square I'll push here because I need to do the summation of del R. So why am I introducing more terms in R? Can I not keep them in one row or one column at least? So I'm introducing this R to this first row. So when you push this R square in the first row, R square into R is what? R cube. So it should be R cube minus R square. It should be R cube minus R square. This is 2R plus 4. This is 2R plus 4. But when R square is multiplied to it, it becomes 2R cube plus 4R square. And this is 2015 R square. Everybody with me on this? Now, I need to put summation R from 1 to n. So when I put summation here, where R is from 1 to n, summation does not go there in these two rows. So it will be simply going to this first row only. So this and this, where I'll be using this summation sign. Comfortably understanding everyone, whatever I'm doing here. Now just pay attention to this final part. Pay attention to this final part, right here. I am using this summation here. So summation R cube, we all know summation R cube is given by n plus 1 by 2 whole square minus summation R square. Summation R square also we know that n plus 1, 2n plus 1 divided by 6. We have just discussed it here. Summation of 2R cube, right? So 2 is taken common. Again, what are you given? 2 times summation of what? So this is n plus 1 by 2 whole square. We may run short of space, I think. We may run short of space. Plus summation 4r square. Plus summation 4r square. So that is 4 n plus 1 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Right. Now, here it is 2015 r square. So 2015 is outside. 2015 stays outside. Can I write it here? Summation r square is again n plus 1 2n plus 1 whole divided by 6. That's your first row, right? That's your first row. I hope you are understanding it. This is your first element, second element, and that's your third element. Comfortably understanding it? I hope there is no doubt on that. I hope you are comfortably understanding this. 1 1 minus 6 140, that doesn't matter, but I'm still writing it 1 1 minus 6, and the next elements are 140. So this is 1, this is 4, and this is 0. That's first of all the numerator. Now the denominator means n to the power 4. What does the summation represent to add all the elements? I did not understand your question. Sir, what is the summation represent to add all the elements? Yes, summation indeterminates can be applied on any row or any column. So we, since had here in first row, so I did it in the first row only. I hope you got this. Because the terms in R are there in this only. So that's why we applied in the first row. Did you get that? Everybody with me on this? Now from here, when I go ahead with this conclusion, I think we have this. Now we need to divide it by n to the power 4. So there I'm having n to the power 4. There will be having n to the power 4. Here also will be having n to the power 4. Everything will be divided by n to the power 4. Sorry, 1 by n to the power 4, 1 by n to the power 4, 4 by n to the power 4, and 0 to the power. Sorry. I think I'm really sorry. No. N to the power 4, it needs to be divided by. So I'll not be introducing it to all the terms. I'm really sorry. First, let me undo this. I took it as a matrix. Since it is the determinant, so if I'm dividing or multiplying by a value, it should be multiplied or divided to only one row, only one column. So I'm dividing that whole operation by n to the power 4 in the first row. I hope you're getting that. Now here, when you're applying limit n approaches infinity on this determinant, of course, it doesn't matter in the second and third row. So it will be applied in the first row here. Now pay attention to this. Cubic upon power 4, 0. Cubic upon power 4, 0. Cubic upon power 4, 0. I hope you're understanding. And approaching infinity, cubic upon quadratic. So that means 0. I hope you remember that. So the only value which I'm going to receive will matter from here, because this will be biquadratic. And one term from here, because this will be a biquadratic. Did you get that? So here, when I solve this, I hope you're understanding first of all, this whole expression will become 0. So I'm removing this. I'm not bothering about this. This part will also become 0, so I'll removing this part as well. And this part is also becoming 0, so I'm removing this part as well. I hope you are comfortably understanding whatever I am doing here. Everybody with me on this? Now, let's simplify this particular part. I hope you're realizing it will be n square, and this will also be n square. So n square into n square is n to the power 4. But n to the power 4 will have a coefficient 1 by 4. So n to the power 4 by 4 into the power 4. So coefficient of the highest degree term. So here the limit n approaches infinity when applied gives you 1 by 4. So this entire expression will result into 1 by 4. Shall I re-explain this part? Or have you got on this? This will be 1 by 4. Now here, when I apply limit n approaches infinity, pay attention to this part. This is 2 square, which is 4. But this 2 when divides 4, that is 1 by 2. I hope understanding. There again, n to the power 4 will be there, n to the power 4 is there. So highest degree terms, coefficients, ratio will be our final answer. So ratio is what? 1 by 2. So my final answer from here will be 1 by 2. Are you understanding it, or shall I re-explain this part? So that's our final determinant, and I hope by expanding this you can find the final answer. Not just that, just expand it with respect to the third column, because it is easy. 0 0 are there. So plus minus plus, minus plus minus, so minus of minus 6, that's of course 6 multiplied by what? 1 by 4 into 4, 1 by 2 into 1. So 1 by 4 into 4 is 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. 1 by 2 into 1 is 1 by 2. And with that, you can get the final answer. Everybody got that? Or shall I re-explain this? All the participants. Are you all there? Listening, watching, and understanding. The term independent of x and the expansion of this. So I'll talk about this part later. Let me write the general term here. So the general term here will be 11 C R 5 by 2 to the power 11 minus r. Pay attention to this. Into x cube. X cube I'll write later. But yes, I know x cube will be having power 11 minus r. I hope you are comfortably understanding this. And then I'm having minus 1 by 5. So minus 1 by 5 to the power r. And then x to the power minus 2 it is. So x to the power minus 2r. So it is x to the power minus 2r. I hope you are there with me. One more thing, one more simplification I do is x to the power 33 minus 3r. I can write it as x to the power 33 minus 3r. But this minus 2r when added to it makes it minus 5r. Give me a quick confirmation on this. This is going to be the general term of this part. Which part, students? This part. Now, are you all there? Listening, watching, and understanding. Sir, for determinants, we do operation to any one row or any column, right? Yes, Niladrinath. Regarding which operation are you saying? Integration, differentiation, summation, what kind of operation are you asking? Now, let me get back to the discussion we all were having. I repeat here. So, I want the term independent of x. So now, this 1 will be multiplied to this whole of this. This x square will multiply to whole of this. And this 3x cube will be multiplied to whole of this. So when this 1 multiplies, the power we receive with this 1 will be 33 minus 5r. The power of x we receive is, when this x square multiplies, 33 plus 2 is 35. So the power of x will be 35 minus 5r. When this 3x cube multiplies to whole of this, it will be 33 plus 3. That will be how much? 33 plus 3 is 36. So the power of x will be 36 minus 5r. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. I divided the determinant by n to the power 4 in the previous question. So n to the power 4 when divides, you don't introduce it to all the elements. For matrices, that is what you do. But if it is with the determinants, you introduce it to either any row or any column. Now here, we want term to be independent of x. So I want the power to be 0. So if it becomes 0, r will be 33 upon 5. And I don't think 33 upon 5 could be an index, because it is 6 point something. 6 point something is not an index. So this will not give me any, a term which is free from x. If I talk about this 33 minus 5r, when I put it equal to 0, 5r is 35. So r is 35 by 5, that is 7. So for r is equal to 7, I'll get a term free of x. Pay attention to this part. And next 36 minus 5r, when I put 0, r is going to be 36 by 5. Again, 36 is not divisible by 5. So I'll not get a term from here. So I'll not get a term from here. I'll not get a term from here, which is free from x. I'll get a term from this into this only, which will be free from x. First of all, did you get that? I hope you all get that. So when minus x square multiplies to this, one minus sign is introduced, and this power becomes what? 35. And since x is vanishing, so it becomes 1. Great, perfect. Now one thing you need to understand is that here, what is r? What was r? R was 7. So pay attention, r we are going to take as 7. So that will be our answer. I think we have gotten the final answer. All I'll do is replace by 7. So minus 11 c 7 5 by 2 to the power what? 11 minus 7. How much is that? Correct me if I'm wrong. 4. And this is minus 1 by 5 to the power 7. Can you simplify this, solve this, and write the final answer? Is it a really tough task for you? 11c7 you can always write as 11c3. I hope that's not a challenging task. And you know the shortcut to expand 11c3, 11, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. And with that you can simplify this, which I'm skipping because that is doable. But did you understand the whole approach? Did you understand the whole idea? Now let's solve this question. A very good question it is. First of all, pay attention to this part. I'll keep this GIF of sin x on the left hand side as it is. So this GIF sin x I do not touch. But here, this 9x plus 10 pi, can I split that as x by 2 pi plus 2x by 5 pi. Because pay attention to this, 5 into x, 5x, 2 into 2, 4x. So 5x plus 4x is 9x by 10 pi. So 9x by 10 pi, I am splitting into these two. Why? Because when this x plus x by 2 pi is brought here, this x by 2 pi is brought here, it can be written like this. And when this 2x by 5 pi is brought here, it can be written like this. Of course, this parenthesis is representing the GIF part. Everybody listening and understanding it here. Now, from here, when I move ahead, I hope you wouldn't hesitate in saying that, sir, it is GIF of sin x on the left hand side, and it is x minus GIF of x. That is fraction part of x. So it is fraction part of x by 2 pi plus fraction part of, am I making any mistake here? It was 2x, right? Fraction part of 2x by 5 pi here. Everybody understood this? Everybody? Now from here, I need to solve this. Where I am told that x is from 30 to 40. Please pay attention to this. On the left hand side, what do I have? So on the left hand side, it is GIF of sin x. Sin x GIF is going to be either -1, 0 or 1. So our LHS will be either -1, 0 or 1. What do we have in the RHS? Sir, sum of two fraction parts. Sum of two fraction parts. Sir, we know that fraction part always lies between 0 and 1. So when two fraction parts are added, let's say in a worst case, 0 to 1, 0 to 1, they'll be lying from 0 to 2. When two fraction parts are added, are you understanding it? So on the right hand side, I'll be getting the integral values, because left hand side is giving me three integral values. So if I talk about integral values from the right hand side, the two integral values which I'll be getting is 0 to 1. So first of all, I should discard this possibility, because if RHS can take only two integral values 0 and 1, then LHS cannot take -1. So first of all, I am limiting my discussion from 0 to 1 only, which means 0 and 1 only. So I'll be exploring possibility for 0, 1, 0 and then 1, because these are the two values. Everybody understanding what I'm doing here? So here, when I move ahead with this conclusion in mind, let me begin with this idea that if I take GIF of sin x as 0, when do I see the GIF of sin x to be 0? Sir, we know that GIF of sin x will be 0 as long as sin x is 0. As long as sin x is 0. Otherwise, please understand, sin x could be taking all the values greater than 0 as well. 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 as well. But if I'm making sin x to be 0, what happens there? Let's work out that possibility. So sin x becomes 0 at all the multiples of pi. But here, we are taking the value of x from 30 to 40. We are taking the value of x from 30 to 40. So if I talk about pi, right? What do I mean by that? Pi is approximately how much? Sir, pi is approximately 3.14. Pi is approximately 3.14. So even if I multiply it by 10, what will be 10 pi? Sir, 10 pi is definitely going to be greater than 30. And it is definitely less than 40. Everybody listening and understanding this, all the participants. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that if after 10 pi, let's say I have 20 pi. After 10 pi, let's say if I have 20 pi, then what would happen? So, sir, with the 20 pi, the challenge is going to be really simple. 20 pi will be how much? 20 into 3, 60. That will be greater than 40. So, the only value which I could be checking here is 10 pi. Are you listening and understanding? Around 10 pi. So let me check it at 10 pi. What do I get? I hope you are understanding. Whatever I'm suggesting here is understandable. So with this 10 pi, we know that sine 10 pi is 0 because 10 is a multiple of pi. Good. That's a good observation. So LHS is becoming 0. That's brilliant. Now let's talk about RHS. Can we have RHS also to be 0? So here I'm having fraction part of 10 pi by 2 pi plus 2 into 10, that is 20 pi by 5 pi. As you can see that pi and pi are cancelled, they are integers. They are integers, which means 0 plus 0, and 0 plus 0 gives you 0. So that gives you 0 from the RHS as well. So LHS and RHS both are same at x is equals to 10 pi. So that is an acceptable solution. Everybody got that. Everybody understood that. Now one thing you need to understand, I'll not be taking values greater than 10 pi. Any value greater than 10 pi, because here if I start taking values greater than 10 pi or any fractional value greater than 10 pi, then of course these will start giving me fractions and they'll not be 0. because this is 0 to 1, this is 0 to 1, range wise. So they'll be added, they'll give me something greater than between 0 to 1. So that I cannot take because I want LHS to be 0. Are you understanding? There are two possibilities, either it could be 0 or 1. So I'm talking about 0. So I can get it 0 when this is 0 and this is 0. So both are 0. 12 pi can be taken. 12 pi can be taken. 12 into 3, 36. I think yes, 12 pi can be taken. There is nothing wrong with 12 pi. Let me check it for 12 pi. 12 into 3, 36. So 12 into 3.14. I think nothing wrong with that because it's still, let me just quickly check it with, because precise calculation is what we need. So let me just do it. Pi is approximately 3.14 into 12. It is 37.6. So yes, that is acceptable value. Can I take 12 pi? Sine 12 pi, right? Because here also, when you take 12 pi, it is 12 pi by 2 pi. No, I cannot take 12 pi. Let me try and prove this. I need a number which is a multiple of 2 pi and 5 pi, because it should be divisible by 2 pi and 5 pi. So 12 pi I cannot take. Let me tell you this. Because when you introduce a 12 pi here, it will be 24 pi by 5 pi. Pi and pi are cancelled. 24 by 5, that leaves you with a fraction. So that is again not an acceptable value. So after 10 pi, the only value you should consider is, yes, that's good, Shankeshar. So that's good. Now, after 10 pi, the next considerable value should be 20 pi. But 20 pi is going beyond our range, so we'll not consider it. So the only solution so far for the 0 I'm getting is 10 pi. Now let's talk about 1. Can it be 1? Can it be 1? For 0, we have gotten a solution 10 pi, right? Now to make it 1, all I have is that sin x, the maximum value of sin x is 1. It cannot be greater than 1. So the only choice I have is that sin x should be 1. Now I have the choice that sin x should be 1. And this sin x should be 1 for the values of x which are between 30 and 40. I hope you're understanding it. So the least value which I got was 10 pi. Sin x happens 1 with the 4n plus 1 category multiples of pi by 2. Which means after 10, it should be what? After 10 pi, what should it be? All I'm saying is that it should be a multiple of pi by 2. But it is 10. So 4 into 5 is 20. 20 plus 1 is 21. So can I take it as 21 pi by 2? Why? Because it is approximately how much? 20 by 2 is, this is technically 10.5, and 10.5 lies in that range. Are you understanding it? So 21 pi by 2 is inside that 30 to 40. Why am I saying so? Because any multiple of 4n plus 1 times pi by 2 will give me 1 here. So that is considerable value. After 21 pi by 2, the next value should be 25 pi by 2. After 25 pi by 2, the next value should be 29 pi by 2. But I need to check whether these values are inside 30 or 40 or not. So let me be very quick. Pi by 2 is 1.57. So 1.57, sorry. 1.57 into 25, that is 39. So this value is still inside our range, but this value will go beyond. So I have two values where I need to consider 21 pi by 2 and 25 pi by 2. Everybody got this? Now from here, let me talk about RHS. LHS is 1 at both the values, 21 pi by 2 and 25 pi by 2. But I should now talk about RHS as well. So let me check it for 21 pi by 2. So when I replace x by 21 pi by 2, it is 21 pi by 2, that is 4 pi, plus 2 into 21 pi by 2, that is 21 pi by 5 pi. Correct me if I'm wrong. So pi and pi are cancelled, pi and pi. 4 into 5 is 20. So this is 1 by 4. So the fraction part is 1 by 4. 5 into 4 is 20. So the fraction part is 1 by 5. And I don't think 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 is 1, because it is 9 by 20. So that does not satisfy our concern. I hope you're understanding it. From here, let me check it for 25 pi by 2. So when I check it for 25 pi by 2, it is 25 pi by 2. That is what? 4 pi. I hope you're understanding it. Plus 25 pi by 2. So it is 25 pi by 5 pi. I think there also I'm not getting it, because this is clearly 5, which means it is 0, plus this is 4 into, what should I say? 4 into 6 is 24. So 24 means what? 1 by 4. So that again does not give me 1, which means it is also not a good solution. Perfect, brilliant. So I have gotten only one solution, that is also 10 pi only, so that is an acceptable solution. There could be some other approach as well. This is what I could figure out. There could be one, two, or three other. One approach is graphical approach. You could have adapted graphical approach. Other approach could be, could be what? Could be again hit and trial. You figure out the range that x is from 30 to 40, and then you give trials. But I think this is the better approaches where you think logically, where you are more, precise. Let's focus on the next question for a matrix of order 4. The order is 4. We know that adjoint of A is determinant A to the power n minus 1. So 4 minus 1 is 3. Perfect. Adjoint of A, then determinant is taken. We know that it is determinant of A to the power n minus 1. To the power n minus 1. N minus 1 means what? 4 minus 1, that is 3. To the power, number of times adjoint is appearing, that is 2. So 3 square is 9. So it should be determinant A to the power 9, which I think was not given. It was given determinant A to the power 6. That is incorrect. I hope you know that this is not a bracket over here. This is 3 to the power 2. Sir, I want to take the course in PW and I have some doubts how to contact. I think you can contact on the given number, pw.live, the website you visit. There you can contact or communicate with the team. So I think you can mark the correct option accordingly. Not a tough task. Here, the vector equation of the line of the shortest distance between the lines is given by. So here, I hope you're understanding first of all, if I simply write this first line, although you need not, but if you wish to solve it in terms of Cartesian form, you are understanding this very clearly that here, any point on this line and any point on this line will be taken in what form? I hope you remember this 3 plus 3 lambda, 8 minus lambda and 3 plus lambda. I hope you remember that. If you don't, all I'm saying is that first line will be x minus 3 by 3 is equal to y minus 8 by minus 1 and z minus 3 by 1. And with that, when you put it equal to lambda, you get 3 lambda plus 3 minus lambda plus 8 and then lambda plus 3. That's exactly what I was saying. I hope you are listening and understanding. So any point, let's say P I wish to take on the first line, that will be taken as 3 lambda plus 3 comma minus lambda plus 8 comma lambda plus 3. Everybody with me on this? Similarly, if I wish to take any point Q on this line, I'll be taking it as minus 3 mu plus 3 minus 3 mu plus 3. I hope you're understanding it. Then plus 2 mu minus 7. Then plus 4 mu plus 6. Correct me if I'm making any mistakes with the calculation part. I hope it is going great. Now, what are we told? That I need to write the equation of the line of shortest distance. So I hope you're understanding that there is this line which is going like this, there is this line which is going like this, and they have a line which is line of shortest distance between these two lines. So this is a point P which is lying here, this is a point Q which is lying here. Right? Now all I'm saying is that if I wish to have P and Q, what I know is that point P, let me find the direction ratio of PQ. So direction ratios of PQ, pay attention to this part, will be 3 lambda plus 3 minus of this. So 3 lambda plus 3 mu, it will be 3 lambda plus 3 mu. 3 minus 3, that's 0. I hope you're understanding it. Then from this minus this. So minus lambda plus 8 minus 2 mu plus 7. So minus lambda minus 2 mu minus lambda minus 2 mu and 8 plus 7, that is clearly 15. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then lambda plus 3 minus 4 mu minus 6. So it should be lambda minus 4 mu and 3 minus 6 is minus 3. These are going to be the direction ratios of the shortest distance PQ. Now this PQ is perpendicular to this line and this line, which means A1, B1, C1. I hope you remember A2, B2, C2. So A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, the sum should be 0. The same should be applied here. So I'll get two equations. With that, I'll get more clarity. I hope you are understanding what I'm going to do here. So A1, A2 means what? 3 into 3 lambda plus 3 mu. How much would that be? It will be 9 lambda plus 9 mu. I hope you are there. Then this into minus 1. So it should be plus lambda plus 2 mu and minus 15. Then 1 into this, that is lambda minus 4 mu minus 3, and this sum should be 0. I hope you remember that. So there I'm getting one equation in lambda and mu. Now second equation I'll get from this part. So minus 3 into this, which is going to be minus 9 lambda. What am I doing? Minus 3 into this, minus 9 mu. Then 2 into this, which is minus 2 lambda minus 4 mu plus 30. Then 4 into this, so that is 4 lambda minus 16 mu minus 12 is equal to 0. Now if I solve the first equation, what I get is 9 lambda plus lambda, that is 10 lambda. 10 lambda plus lambda is 11 lambda, so it is 11 lambda. Then 9 mu plus 2 mu, that is 11 mu. 11 mu minus 4 mu, that is 7 mu, so that is 7 mu. Then constant terms minus 15 minus 3, that is minus 18, can be written over here. Now when I go ahead, the next values, 9 lambda minus 2 lambda minus 11 lambda minus 11 lambda plus 4 lambda is minus 7 lambda. Correct me if I'm wrong. Similarly, 9 plus 4, 13 minus 13 mu minus 13 minus 16. How much is that? Minus 13 minus 16. Is it minus 29? So it should be minus 29 mu. Constant terms are going to be 30 minus 12. How much is that? 30 minus 12 is 18. And that 18 will be minus 18. So minus 18 goes to the other side. Are we good? Are we great in terms of calculation? I hope it is going great. Now from here, the only thing which I'm asking you to do is solve both of these equations. Solve both of these equations. And when you solve both of these equations, you get lambda and mu, because that is getting lengthy in terms of calculation. I am saying when you solve this equation with this equation, two equations, two variables, you find lambda and mu. Then you put lambda here and mu here, so you get PQ. So 2 points you will get, and with those 2 points, can you not write the equation of the line? I hope you remember that. I hope you do remember that. Can I move ahead from here, or do you want me to solve the remaining question as well? Just do write in the comment box. If you want, we can solve it further. Then the next question, an unbiased coin is tossed. If the result is a head, a pair of unbiased dice is rolled. Okay. So what is event? Coin is tossed, and if on coin, if I get a head, the dice is rolled. The dice is rolled, and the number obtained by a pair of dice is rolled, and the number obtained by adding the numbers on the two faces is noted. So 2 dice are rolled. Great. If it is tail, so if it is not head, then it could be tail on the coin. So if it is a tail, a card from a well shuffled pack of 11 cards. So pack of 11 card is taken out, and that pack of card has 2, 3, 4 up till 12. So these are the possible outcomes there on this card. So cards, it's not a, there is a direct formula. Yes, there is a direct formula as well for the previous question. So if there is direct formula is there for the shortest distance. They were asking you the line along the shortest distance. So you cannot apply the direct formula there like that. So even if you're asking me the formula to write the equation of the line, it has hanged. Then x1, y1, z1 is the first point, x2, y2, z2 is the second point. Then x minus x1 upon x2 minus x1, I hope you remember that. Y minus y1 upon y2 minus y1, and z minus z1 upon z2 minus z1. This is how you write the equation of the line. Getting back to the discussion we all were having. Where were we? Yes. So this is not a pack of 52 cards. This is a pack of only 11 cards where cards are from 2 to 12 is picked and the number on the card is noted. What is the probability that the noted number is either 7 or 8? Okay, great. So when there is head, so probability of head is 1 by 2 into. When two dice, a pair of dice is thrown, the total outcomes are 36. The total outcomes are 36. But I want that number to be either 7 or 8. So how do I get 7 as a sum? I think 1 comma 6 or 2 comma 5 or 3 comma 4. I hope you're understanding. Or opposite of these, because I hope you're understanding 4 comma 3 will be different. 5 comma 2 should be treated differently and 6 comma 2 should be treated differently, right? So to get 7, I have how many possibilities? 6 possible choices, right? And 8, to get 8 on a pair of dice, I think 1 comma 7 is not there. 2 comma 6 I should begin with. Then 3 comma 5 I'm left with. Then the next choice will be 4 comma 4 and then 5 comma 3 and 6 comma 2. So there are how many choices? 5. I hope you're understanding it. So there are 11 possible ways in which I can have 7 or 8. Or I could have had a tail. But when I have a tail, I need to have these are 11 cards. So out of these 11 possibilities, 2 are favorables, either 7 or 8. So 2 are favorable ones. I hope you can do the calculation and mark the correct option, which is not a tough task. From here, let's solve the next question. Again, there is a small correction here in this. There is a typing error here. Let me make that correction first of all. Here, it is under root sign up till this 4x only. Let me just do it here with this only. This under root sign is there till this 4x only. I hope you're understanding it. It is visible properly to everyone. Now, how do I solve this one? Pay attention to this. A good question it is. First of all, what I'll do is 2 sine 2x. I keep it like this only. I'm simplifying the numerator, right? So 2 sine 2x. It is going to be like this. 4 cos square x. I can write it as 2 times 2 cos square x. And we know 2 cos square x is 1 plus cos 2x. So that will become 2 plus 2 cos 2x. Everybody getting that? I hope there is no confusion on that. And sine 4x I'm writing as 2 sine 2x cos 2x. I'm just simplifying this part which is there inside the under root. I'm simplifying that. Okay, you want me to explain the previous question. In the previous question, they told you that when first of all, a coin is tossed. So when a coin is tossed, there are 2 possibilities. You can have either a head or a tail. So when head comes, a pair of dice is thrown. And when tail comes, a pack of cards which has 2, 3, 4 up till 12. These 11 cards inside him is, shuffled and 2 cards are drawn. Did you get that? Let me define the event. Right. A card from well shuffled card is drawn. Give me a moment. Here it should not be 2. It should be, I'm really sorry. It should be 11C1. No. It should be 2C1. Yes, it should be 2 only. Great. We were absolutely right. Now, from here, what is happening is that they are asking you what is the probability that the outcome which you finally see is having either 7 or 8. So all I tried defining is that on pair of dice when you throw, you can have some as 2, 3, 4, 5 up till 36. Sorry, up till 12. 6 plus 6 is 12. But what I need is the sum should be either 7 or 8. So 7 sum can be attained in some ways. The sum 8 can be attained in some ways. So those were the possible cases here. But when cards were shuffled and one card was taken out and it was supposed to be either 7 or 8. So that can be done in only 2 ways. It should be either 7 or 8. So this is how the event is taking place. I hope it is understandable now, or shall I re-explain this? Niladrinath, did you get that, or shall I re-explain the previous question? Now, let me get back to this. Here, I'm simplifying the numerator first. In the numerator also, this part first, right? So here I can see that I can take First of all, this 2 can be taken common. So when you take this 2 aside or outside, this is what you are finally left with 1, 1, 1, right? So this is 1, this is cos 2x, this is sine 2x cos 2x. Now all I'm saying is that if sine 2x is common from here and taken common from here and here, you're left with 1 plus cos 2x. 1 plus cos 2x is here as well. So I'm taking 1 common from here. So I'll be factorizing it as 1 plus sine 2x and then 1 plus cos 2x. Are you okay and comfortable with whatever I've done so far? Then, so this is how I can write the numerator as 1 plus sine 2x, of course with a 2 as well. And 1 plus cos 2x. Everybody with me on this? And 1 plus cos 2x again, I'm writing as 2. What is wrong with this? Cos. 2 cos square x. Everybody got that? I hope you are getting it. 1 plus cos 2x, I'm replacing by 2 cos square x. So this is the part inside the under root sign, right? Which is going to be what? This part which is inside the under root sign should be 4 times 1 plus sine 2x times cos square x. Everybody comfortably understanding this simplification? Can I move ahead from here? Now, one more thing I'm wanting you to pay attention to is 1 plus sine 2x. We have discussed it a lot many times. 1 I can write as sine square x plus cos square x, and 2 sine 2x I can write as 2 sin x cos x. I hope it does make a lot of sense that it is going to be sin x plus cos x whole square. Sin x plus cos x whole square. So the denominator part, which is 1 plus sine 2x, I'll be writing as sin x plus cos x whole square. Everybody getting it? So this 1 plus sine 2x I'm willing to replace by sin x plus cos x whole square. So now let me rewrite the question. The question now looks like what? 4 is there inside the under root, so when it comes out as 2 times under root over 1 plus sin 2x into cos square x whole divided by sin x plus cos x, right? Whole square is there in the denominator, minus this 2x I'm splitting with this, where I'm having again sin x plus cos x whole square. Give me a quick update on this. Integration dx, integration dx. Give me a quick update. Are we clear on this? 4 comes out as 2. There you are left with 1 plus sin 2x cos square x, and there you are left with minus 2x sin x upon sin x plus cos x whole square. I'm keeping it written like this. Everybody comfortably understanding this? One more change I bring here is that this 1 plus sin 2x, I hope I can unhesitatingly write it as sin x plus cos x whole square. So square comes out. You need not put a mod over here as far as indefinite integration is there. So I'll be writing it as sin x plus cos x into cos x. It will be written as sin x plus cos x into cos x. There again you will see that this power 2 is getting cancelled by this. So this is simplified as, in the numerator, 2 times cos x, in the numerator 2 times cos x whole divided by sin x plus cos x. Everyone comfortable with whatever I've done so far? Are you all there? Now, if you look at the options, what I'll do is, I'll just look at this part. 2 cos x upon sin x plus cos x. Let me simplify this first. 2 cos x upon sin x plus cos x. So 2 cos x upon sin x plus cos x dx, right? This is the expression we are dealing with. 2 cos x upon sin x plus cos x. So here, if I treat this as my first function into 1 dx, first function into second function, can I do so? So I let integration by parts I'm applying. So 2 stays outside. Then this I'm treating as first function, this I'm treating as second function, right? First function as it is, so that is 2 I'm keeping outside. First function as it is, that is cos x upon sin x plus cos x into integration of second, which is x, minus integration of derivative of first. This is so sad. No worries with that. So divided by derivative of first. So square of denominator, that is sin x plus cos x whole square. Now derivative of numerator. So derivative of cos x is what? Minus sin x. I hope you're listening and understanding. Times denominator as it is. So sin x plus cos x minus. I hope you are understanding whatever I'm doing here. Can we divide it? Don't do that. I'm deliberately doing it because of a reason. Because of a small, simple, straightforward reason I'm doing it. You'll understand why. What I've done is square of denominator, derivative of numerator into denominator results. Now, numerator as it is, which is cos x, times derivative of denominator. So derivative of sin x is cos x. Derivative of cos x is minus sin x. Into whole into integration of second. I hope you're understanding. So integration of 1 is x. Now let me simplify this part numerator. This numerator part, just this part numerator. So sin x into sin x, that will be minus sin square x. Sin x into cos x, that is minus sin x cos x. This will be minus cos square x, and this will be plus sin x cos x. So I think this and this are cancelled. Minus sign when taken common becomes what? Plus 1, and minus minus makes it plus. So 1 into x is x. So this whole expression vanishes and it leaves you with the x in the numerator. Did you get that, or shall I re-explain that part? This whole expression vanishes and it leaves you with an x over here in the numerator. Everybody got that? Now, you will understand the reason now. I'll push this 2 inside. So when you push this 2 inside from here, this 2 when pushed inside from here, what does it become? It becomes 2x cos x, and this is integration of 2x upon sin x plus cos x whole square. Now pay attention to this. This already had this. So integration of this is what? 2x cos x. 2x cos x upon what? Upon sin x plus cos x. Plus this minus this. So this and this are cancelled. Yes, this is the last, very lengthy. So this is my final answer, 2x cos x upon sin x plus cos x, option C. Everybody got that? All the participants. This should be attempted in the end. Now let's focus on the next question. Here comes the next question for the day. Here, xk plus 1 is given by x square k plus xk. So if I wish to define 1 upon, or I'll do that later, 1 upon, if I take reciprocal on both the sides, 1 upon xk plus 1 will be 1 upon xk. If I take common, I can write it as xk, sorry, plus 1 you should be very much, careful with. Now plus 1 will be here. Are you getting it? Xk if I take common, so xk times whole of xk plus 1. But here plus 1 is there with the k. First of all, I hope you are understanding the difference. Now this, if I use partial, if I use simple, here if I write it as xk, and if I write it as a xk plus 1, can I write a 1 and 1 here? Are you getting it? Why and how? Because it will be xk plus 1 minus xk. So xk and xk are cancelled. You're left with 1 in the numerator, and denominator will be xk times whole of xk plus 1, which is this. So I hope telescoping sum is coming into picture, all the participants. So first of all, I am now seeing this reciprocal of this, which is also equal to reciprocal of this, getting converted into something like this. Everybody got this? Now from here, what I do next is, this is what we need to deal with. Before I start dealing with this, plus 1 is there apart from k. So can I take this 1 by xk, or rather, look at this part. I'm removing this middle term from here so that it is more understandable. This is what we have. So what I'll do is, I'll take it on the left hand side and this on the right hand side. So what will I have from here is that 1 upon xk plus 1 is equal to 1 upon xk minus 1 upon x k plus 1. Are you understanding whatever I'm doing here? Everybody, all the participants. Now, if I have that expression, I replace k by 1 in this expression. So when I replace k by 1, what I have? 1 upon x1 plus 1. So when you replace k by 1, what you get is 1 by x1 minus 1 by x1 plus 1, that is x2. Then I replace k by 2. So when I replace k by 2, I have 1 by x2 minus 1 by x3 and so on until the last term. Ultimately, I replace k by 100. So this term will become 1 by x 100 minus 1 by x 101. That's the expression. I hope telescoping sum is coming into picture. And with that, this is cancelling this will cancel that, and this how you will be left with 1 by x1 and 1 by x101. The GIF of this. So 1 by x1 minus 1 by x101 GIF is what we need to evaluate. Everybody with me on this, whatever I've done so far, without any confusion. Now, pay attention to this part. X1 is 1 by 2. So 1 by x1 will be 2. So this will be 2 minus, this will be 2 minus this. So we know in GIF, if we see an integral part, we can take that integral part out. So it will be 2 plus minus of 1 by x101. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, brilliant. Very good. Perfect. Now from here, all I'm saying is that let us try and evaluate x101. Let us do some, how should I get it? I'll try to calculate it from here. What will be x2? Sir, x2, if you try to evaluate, it will be x1 square plus x1. x1 is 1 by 2. So it will be 1 by 4 plus 1 by 2. That is what? 2 by 4, which is 3 by 4. So x2 we receive as 3 by 4. Now let's try and find x3. What will be x3? Sir, x3 will be x2 square plus x2. That is 3 by 4 plus 9 by 16. I hope you're listening and understanding. That is 12 by 16. 12 plus 9 is how much? I think it is 21 by... Correct me if I'm wrong. It is again how much? Is it 21 by 16? In that case, we are making a mistake. Let me just cross check it one more time. We have received x2 as 3 by 4, right? I hope that's correct. Now, when I talk about x3, yes, going great. I think it was right. Apologies for that. So, x3 when I wish to write, it will be x2 square plus x2. x2 square is what? 9 by 16 plus what? x2. x2 is 3 by 4. 3 by 4 means what? 3 into 4, 12. So 12 plus 9 is how much? 21. So it is 21 by 16. It is 21. It is 21 by 16. Now what we have started noticing is that, namaste everyone, that it has started getting, increasing by 1. So x3 is greater than 1, then x4, then x5, they will be greater than 1. But when I take their reciprocals, they will be less than 1. Are you understanding it? Because here the numerator is greater than denominator. So if I take the reciprocals, because it is 1 upon x101. So it will be less than 1. Are you understanding my language very clearly? Because in that case, for x4 it will be greater than 1, for x5 also will be greater than 1, even x101. I am not evaluating x101, but it will be greater than 101. So if I take its reciprocal, 1 upon x101, as per the pattern which we are seeing, will be less than 1. Are you understanding it? You can take any value and go ahead with that. Let's say 1 upon x101 turns out to be 0.80. Then this will be minus of 0.80. So minus of 0.80, when you take its GIF, it is going to be minus 1. Are you understanding that? So 2 minus 1 is going to be 1, and that's your answer. Shall I re-explain that part? Everybody got this? Great. That's brilliant, Samaksh. Just do that. This question we have done in the previous mock as well. They have just changed the language and reduced it again. I'll say that summation xi square, that is 400 by n minus, I'm just simply calculating the variance, by summation xi, that is 80 by n whole square, we know that it is always non-negative. I hope you remember that summation xi square by n minus summation xi by n whole square, it is always non-negative. So when you solve this, I hope you are understanding, 400 by n is equal to 80, sorry, it's greater than equal to 80 into 80 by n into n. Since n is positive quantity, n is number of observations, so I can simply cancel this n by n and I won't bother about that. I hope you're understanding that. And here, or I can multiply both the sides by n square. That's what I'm doing here. So with that consideration into picture, I can see this 0 and this 0, this 0, this 0 are cancelled. 4 into 2 is 8, so 8 into 2 is 16. This n comes here, so n is always greater than equal to 16. What are we told? The least possible value of n, so it should be 16. Everybody got that, or shall I re-explain that part, all the participants? Now the next question. The value of k, so that the area of the bounded region enclosed between parabolas. See, y is equals to x minus kx square. So x minus kx square, if I try to see, I'll say x when taken common, it will be x minus kx square, right? It will be 1 minus x I have taken common, 1 minus k x. 1 minus kx is equal to 0. So 0, one of the roots of this parabola where it intersects the x-axis will be what? X is equal to 0. And 1 minus kx means 0. So x is 1 by k. First of all, give me a quick confirmation on this part. Everybody got this, or shall I explain this part? All the participants. So if I look at this parabola, because of minus x square here, it will be a downward facing parabola and k is positive. So 1 by k will be positive. So 0 and 1 by k are going to be the point of intersections of this parabola with the x-axis. So this parabola will be intersecting the x-axis at 0 and 1 by k. First of all, give me a quick update. Everybody got that, or shall I explain this? Now, second parabola is x square upon k. So it will of course be an upward facing parabola. So this is going to be the y-axis. So here, if it is an upward facing parabola, it could be going somewhat like this. Now, I need to find this point of intersection because this shaded areas, regions area is what we need to figure out. So if I wish to figure out this point of intersection, all I'll do is y is equal to x minus kx square here, and y is equals to x square by k is what we are given here. Correct me if I'm wrong. X minus kx square, x square by k. So it will be what? If I multiply both the sides by k, kx minus k square x square is equal to x square. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kx minus k square x square is equals to x square. K square x square, if I take on the other side, it will be kx is equals to k square plus 1 times x square. So if you cancel x by x, that root you achieve here. And the other root is going to be k upon k square plus 1. So this value will be k upon k square plus 1. The other coordinate I'm not trying to figure out because upper curve minus lower curve. And then definitely Samaksh is saying after 26 2012 visit the PYQ questions of all these mocks. Definitely. Perfect. Rather do, yes. If you are doing that in a most sincere manner, you hold a very good chance. Trust me. Now from here, all I'm suggesting is upper curve minus lower curve. So your upper curve is this, which is going to be this one. So x minus kx square. The lower curve is this, which is minus x square by k. And the limit is going to be 0 to k upon k square plus 1. Right? Great. Now the next thing which I'll do here is that it is of course lengthy a little bit, but that is what you should do with some simple questions. So here, if I take x square common or minus x square common, it will be k plus 1 by k. So minus x square when taken common, it is k plus 1 by k, right? So when I integrate it, the limits when I put in the end, x becomes x square by 2, x square becomes x cube by 3, constant is constant, which is k plus 1 by k, and the limits are going to be 0 to k upon k square plus 1. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no doubt on that. Now, the next thing which I do is, a lot of calculation is involved in this. Can I get rid of that calculation? Even if I take x square common, I don't know. So let me do this. Unnecessary calculation is there, but you got to deal with that. A is going to be x square by 2. X square I'm taking common first of all. So x square when you take common, it will be 1 by 2 minus x by 3 times what? K plus 1 by k. Correct me if I'm wrong in terms of any calculation. I'll put the limits later, but let me simplify this internal expression. 0 to k by k square plus 1, right? Now, what I do next is, if I write it as 3 by 6 and this has 2 by 6, so it will be 3 minus 2x whole by 6. This whole multiplied with an x square, is it anyway helping us? I don't think so. K times k plus 1 by k, and then limit is going to be, no, it is not. Otherwise, rather I should have gone with that approach only. I think I need not take this x square common. So when I go ahead with that same, I'll substitute here only. So x square becomes what? K upon k square plus 1 by 2. K upon k square plus 1 by 2. So k upon k square plus 1 by 2, but this needs to be squared, minus x cube. X cube is what? K upon k square plus 1 whole cube. This cube, this is also cubed, and there you have by 3 and k plus 1, so by 3 times k plus 1 by k. So this is the value, because with 0 0 it will become 0. It doesn't matter, you can just leave it to us, sir. I can, but I'll finish it because there is something still left. There is one concept left in this. Now that's your a in terms of k. Now this is a in terms of k. Area between those bounded regions is a function of k. Now we are asked when is it maximum. So now what I'll do is I'll find dA by dk. So that's a very challenging task, because anyways I got to take it common. So I should have done it earlier, but now let's do it first. So k square plus 1 whole square I'm taking common. So k square plus 1 whole square I'm taking common. And from the numerator I'm taking k square common. Then what am I left with? I'm left with 1 by 2 here minus k by k square plus 1, and then this is going to be k square plus 1 by k. Great. It got simplified. Initially it wasn't looking like that, but now, because this becomes k square plus 1 by k, so this whole becomes 1. Great, perfect. Now it can be done within seconds. I hope you can see this. This whole becomes 1. So 1 by 2 minus 1 is what? Minus 1 by 2. So this is minus 1 by 2 here. I'm really sorry. There was a 3 as well. So there was a 3 as well. I'm really sorry. So there was this 3 as well. So with this 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3, it is 1 by 2 minus 1 by 3. I hope you are paying attention to that. So 3 minus 2, that is 1 by 6. So I'll have 1 by 6 here. So that's your function A. That's your area function in terms of k. Now what I'll find is dA by dk. So I think I'll use the quotient rule. So 1 by 6 stays outside. K square plus 1 whole square will be power 4. Now the derivative of numerator, so k square becomes 2k. Denominator as it is, so that is k square plus 1 whole square minus derivative of denominator, that is first of all numerator as it is, so I'll write this k square as it is. Then derivative of denominator, that is 2 times, as per the chain rule, it is k square plus 1 into 2k into 2k. So 2 into 2, 4, and k square into k is k cube. That is what we have gotten. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now the next thing is to find the critical points. I put it equal to 0. So denominator will not be 0 anyways. Numerator should be 0. Even k square plus 1, k square plus 1 can be taken common. So when you put the numerator equal to 0, there you get, let me write it first, 2k, k square plus 1 whole square minus 4k cube, k square plus 1, right? So first of all, this k square plus 1, k square plus 1 can be taken outside and k can also be taken outside. So 2, k outside, k square plus 1 outside, so it leaves you with k square plus 1. And then I have taken k outside from there, k outside from there, that leaves you with minus k square. Are we going right? No, because there it should be 2, then I took 2, so it should be 2. Have I made or done the right calculation? Because it is when I take 2, no, I did not take 2 common. Let's say when I'm taking 2k, k square plus 1 common, so 2k, k square plus 1 can be taken common. So here it should be leaving with k square plus 1 and here it should be leaving with 2. K you have taken, so it is still left with k square and k square plus 1 is common. So this is what you're left with, right? That leaves you with 1 minus k square is equal to 0. So there you get k to be plus minus 1. But k is a positive quantity, so k should be 1. Here when I took k common, k could be 0, but k can also not be 0 because k is positive real number. So k we received as minus 1 as well, so that is also not a possibility, so k will be 1. I hope you're understanding. To find the critical point, we put f dash x is equal to 0, so that's what I did. So at k is equal to 1, I'll find or have its maxima. Good, great. Thank you so much for that correction. Because of a lot of calculation, I also got confused. Our flag is in the form of 3 blocks. Each is to be colored differently. If there are 8 different colors to choose from, then how many flags are possible? So three blocks are fixed. And I have 8 colors. So this place can be filled in 8 ways. And this place can be filled in 7 ways. And this place can be filled in 6 ways. So your answer will be 8 into 7 into 6. I hope this is what it should be, right? A flag is in the form of 3 blocks. So blocks are fixed, each to be colored differently. If there are 8 different colors to choose from, so how many flags are possible? So I think blocks cannot be rearranged because blocks are fixed. So 8 into 7 into 6 will be our final answer. 2 circles C1, C2. So there are 2 circles C1 and C2 touch each other externally. Okay. So there are 2 circles which are touching 1 by 3 and 2 by 7. They are touching each other externally. Okay, perfect. Let me draw them like this. If it's okay. And they both touch a unit circle. So unit circle means a bigger circle. And if it is being touched by these 2 circles internally, it could be a scenario like this. So this is how that unit circle is being touched internally. Right. Now a circle C3 of radius r is inscribed to touch these 2 circles externally and internally. So that third circle when you draw is touching these 2 circles externally, but that other circle internally, which means it could be drawn like this. I repeat my part. This is your circle 1, C1. This is your circle 2, C2. So this is your R1. This is your R2. And this is your circle C3. And that's your bigger circle C. This has radius 1 because unit circle, which means this bigger circle has radius 1. So this circle has radius, let's say R3. That is what we are trying to figure out. Give me a quick update on this. So C3 has a radius capital R. So instead of R3, they are asking us to take it as capital R. So Descartes' rule of circles, there is a rule of circles through which you can directly mark the correct answer. Mishal is also watching this. Yes, good. So that capital R, as per Descartes' rule of circle, you can directly take it like that only, given by, see, whenever you see this kind of scenario, that 3 circles are touching each other externally and one bigger circle is touching them, confining them, or touching them internally. If you see this kind of scenario, then there is a relationship which exists. So for any of the circles radii, let's say R, which is the radius of circle C3, will be given by R1 into R2 divided by this bigger circle's radius, which I'm giving by small r minus R1, R2. Did you get that, or shall I repeat this? Remember this as a rule. You can directly apply this and use this and get the answer. Shall I share this formula again? All I said was, first of all, this condition should be matched. These three circles should be touching each other externally, and they should be confined by another circle, so that should be touching them, all of them internally. So any of these circles radius will follow this rule. Very basic rule it is. Any of these circles will be radius. Let's say this circle's radius, capital R, will be given by product of these two circles radii divided by bigger circle's radius minus product of these two circles radii. There is one more way, but that's a lengthy approach. Third way, cosine rule you can use, but I'm directly suggesting you this. Can you directly not use this? I hope with that you can finally get the answer within seconds, because now your capital R will be R1, R2, that is 1 by 3 into 2 by 7 divided by small r, that is 1 unit circle, minus 1 by 3 into 2 by 7. From here, by calculating this, you can find R, and I hope you can solve it from there. Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here? So we have done the second last mock test of your rank booster series. After this, we are left with one more mock. Attempt it wisely, do a proper analysis, and then watch this video solution. I hope mathematics section you have learnt a lot. Let's meet in the next video. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. Take a good care of yourself. Good night, everyone.